Got a little noise going on here. Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live updates about the fighting, the war in the Middle East that is now in its third week. Its third week. Let me check something here. So we're going to bring you updates. We're going to take your comments on the air. We're going to bring you the latest developments. I think it's the weather is not great in Beirut and Tel Aviv, it looks like. Our viewer, the Borderlands Man, says how time flies. Third week. Thanks to our moderators, we have Beth Mythical moderating over there on Twitch. Thank you. Not Twitch, on YouTube. My brain stopped working for a second. Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thank you so much for moderating over there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate on X. And, hold on. Jason Carlton says, wow, week 3 already. And Andrea Holder, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body moderating on Facebook. Thanks for modding. I think I want to start. Oh, thanks also to Shaft for the memberships. Thank you, Shaft. Also, Thomas P. Thomas has been giving so many memberships. Thank you, Thomas P. 0419 from Sweden, I believe. Thank you, Shadow Fox, as well. I think I want to begin by talking about what President Trump said on Truth Social this morning. Eric Martinez, our viewer, thinks there's one more week to go. That's what Eric thinks. Well, the U.S. is sending more forces to the Middle East. It's supposed to take them longer than a week to get there. But who knows? Our viewer, Beer Shas Connoisseur, says this might be a longer war. Okay, so here is what, some of you have probably seen this, but for those who haven't or want to see it again, this is what President Trump said this morning. Here's what he said. He says many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the United States of America to keep the strait open and safe. We have already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability. But it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. Hopefully, China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free. That is from President Trump. Remember, the Hormuz Strait is the narrow passage of water, about 20 miles wide, but relatively narrow and narrow enough to make it dangerous for ships to pass through there if Iran doesn't want them to. And Iran has said that they are attacking any ship that tries to go through the Strait of Hormuz, that they don't want to go through there. And about 20% of the world's oil usually flows through that every day. But it's effectively closed by Iran. Ships are not basically going through there unless Iran allows them to. Now, there may be exceptions here and there, but the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has been reduced to a trickle. And Iran has attacked numerous ships in and near the Strait of Hormuz and also in the Persian Gulf, although no attacks reported in the last 48 hours. Although I don't know that that is because they might feel like, well, if no one's if ships aren't generally trying to go through the strait, then maybe they feel they have no need to do attacks at the moment. One of our viewers, Kinvocal, says, is Trump begging for help? It's interesting because at the start of his post, he says many countries will be sending warships. But then later in the post, he says, hopefully a bunch of others will send warships. I don't know what other countries are going to do. Now, our viewer Gambler says, why does it take so long for them to finish Iran? Miss Curvy says, I doubt it, too expensive. Our viewer at Arzeni Stefano thinks no one will send ships. Thank you, One Axidi, for your support, and Miss Curvy, and Soggy Sandwich, and Miss Teddy H3. All right, so that's happening. We're hearing some rain. Ooh, what is this? Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment, guys. Hold on a moment. Where is my thing here? So we're going to be bringing you updates while we're on the air today, and taking your comments on the air. And I wanted to show you something else I saw. Raining. Now it's raining. Now it is raining there. Hold on. Here's another report. You can see here. Oh, I have video of this fire. That's interesting. I want to show you this. Fire at UAE oil hub as Iran vows retaliation for U.S. attack on Karg Island. Remember, Karg Island is an island, Iranian island, where 90% of their oil gets shipped from. Last night, Trump announced that he had attacked military targets on the island, and he threatened to attack the oil infrastructure on the island, but he has not done that yet. If Iran continues to block the Strait of Hormuz. So here's an update here from Reuters. Iran warned it could target U.S. hideouts in the UAE as a major UAE energy hub suffered disruption after a drone attack today. And U.S. President Trump said many countries would send warships to the region. As the war entered its third week, Iran projected defiance after U.S. forces hit military sites at its own main oil hub, Kharg Island, warning that parts of the UAE were a legitimate target and urging citizens to evacuate. Some oil loading operations have been suspended in the UAE's Fujairah Emirate, a major bunkering hub and crude export terminal, with TV footage showing plumes of dark smoke rising into the air. I actually have a video clip here of the fire at Fujairah, which I'm going to show you. Give me a moment here. This is video from the article. Thick smoke rises from a major UAE energy hub. This is this morning. Officials said fire occurred after debris fell during the interception of a drone. You know, by the way, officials said fire occurred because debris fell during the interception of a drone. I don't know if that's true. I mean, it's possible a drone just made a direct hit. UAE keeps a pretty tight control on what's being reported there. You don't generally see people frequently posting their own videos of what's going on. So I don't know if they really shot down the drone or not, or drones. But a drone-involved incident resulted in this. And you can see that's from today. Our viewer Eric Wellwood thinks it's clearly a direct hit. I mean, it also seems like if it was interception, that it's like, what a coincidence that the intercepted debris fell right on this strategic location. But I don't know. Hoagland Jeffrey says perfectly fell in 2 different spots. Again, I can't be sure. One of our viewers says black smoke is never good. So, an Iranian military spokesperson called on people in the UAE to evacuate the ports, docks, and American hideouts, saying U.S. forces had targeted Iranian islands from those areas. Iran also said, a spokesman for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said, "We declare to the leaders of the UAE that Iran considers it a legitimate right to defend its national sovereignty and territory by targeting the origin of many American enemy missile launches in the shipping ports, docks, and military shelters of the U.S. hidden in some cities of the UAE." Now, I don't know if that's really where the U.S. is firing things from. May just be an excuse to hit the UAE. The foreign minister of Iran said Iran would respond to any attack on its energy facilities and warned it would target U.S. companies in the region or companies in which the U.S. had shares. Fujairah, the video we just showed you of the giant smoke columns was from Fujairah. Fujairah, outside the Strait of Hormuz, is the outlet for about 1 million barrels a day of the UAE's Murban crude oil, a volume equal to about 1% of world demand, leaves Fujairah every day. And I believe some of the functionality there had been shut down. I need to look that up. I should show you where that is on a map. If you give me a second, I will. Here it is. Here it is right here. Okay, I want to show you Fujairah. Oopsie, I'm going to put this right here. Okay, so there's Fujairah. So there's the Persian Gulf, and then there's the Strait of Hormuz. So Fujairah is in the UAE, but it's outside of the Strait of Hormuz. So if you want to ship stuff out, you don't have to go through the Strait of Hormuz. But there it is right there, Fujairah. Paul Cosgrove says 1% of world demand is still a lot. Also, early this morning, there was a strike at the U.S. Embassy building in Baghdad. Reportedly, a radar installation at the building got hit. Let me show you this video here from the same article. Here. Here is this video from this morning. Smoke rises from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad after what Iraqi security sources said was a missile attack. I haven't heard of any injuries reported. Walla thinks Iran is waiting for the Iron Dome to be out of interceptors. Let's see here. Hang on, one moment. Antidot says it was an advanced radar. I know Elint News, who I follow, had said they're good about these things. They had said it was a radar system on top of the embassy that was struck. The weather is bad there. That's why it's not a clear picture. It's the same thing with Tel Aviv. It's not good, bad weather. The Butcher 1911 says, how can we not control the strait yet? Hey, I wanted to show you another report I saw as well. Reuters is reporting this morning, or this afternoon, Trump rejects efforts to launch Iran ceasefire talks, sources say. Reuters reports, President Trump's administration has rebuffed efforts by Middle Eastern allies to start diplomatic negotiations aimed at ending the Iran war that started 2 weeks ago. According to 3 sources familiar with the efforts, Iran, for its part, has rejected the possibility of any ceasefire until U.S. and Israeli strikes end, 2 Iranian sources told Reuters, adding that several countries had been trying to mediate an end to the conflict. The lack of interest from Washington and Tehran suggests both sides are digging in for an extended conflict, even as the widening war inflicts civilian casualties and Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz sends oil prices soaring. Remember, the oil market is closed for the weekend. It reopens tomorrow, I think at 6 Eastern? We'll be on the air when the oil market reopens. The U.S. strikes on Iran's Karg Island, the country's main oil export hub, on Friday night underscored Trump's determination to press ahead with his military assault. Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei has vowed to keep the Strait of Hormuz shut and threatened to step up attacks on neighboring countries. An official told Reuters that Trump is not interested in ceasefire talks right now. The White House official told Reuters, "We're going to continue with the mission unabated. Maybe there's a day, but not right now." He said, the official said Trump wants to keep weakening Tehran's military capabilities. Reuters says Trump's rejection of diplomatic efforts could indicate that for now, the administration has no plans for a quick end to the war. Sardarox, our viewer, says Iran won't surrender unless Tehran is totally deleted. Pro Pool Guy says end it. It just started. Hey, a quick thanks to Tyler Kerr for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Tyler Kerr. Thank you. And Thomas P0419 gave more memberships. Thank you so much, Thomas, for all the memberships from Sweden. Thank you. Also, thanks Kerry Poteet for being a member. Thanks Blank Dart, for the memberships. Very nice of you. Thank you, Dr. Wolfstar, who thinks this is a distraction from the Epstein files. Thank you, Dr. Wolfstar. Thanks also Shellatastic and Mary McHugh, and Kalpak Lokhanda. Thank you. Also, Real Bilbo Baggins, who says China provides intel via satellite to Russia equals Iran. Thank you. Also, I Am Charlie, who says prayers for Iranian people, our military, and IDF. Thanks for shouting out the mods. And thank you also, News with Snacks. And Thomas P0419 for more memberships. Wow, that's really nice of you. Also, Teppy, thanks for the memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. That's really nice of you guys. Thanks also, Infinity HD from Switzerland. And Lisa Messer gave 10 people memberships. So nice of you. Thank you, Lisa. Thanks for all the memberships. Actually, and thanks to my Crystal Clear Life and Scuba Swanee for subscribing on Twitch, and Rez Junglist for your support. All right, hang on a moment here. Oh, one more thank you here. Two more thank yous. All That's Random, thanks for being a member. And thank you to Shifty Lincoln. Shifty Lincoln thinks U.S. casualties are being received in Germany to suppress the real death count. Also, Shifty Lincoln thinks Iran has over 6,700 impacts on Israel being suppressed. That's what Shifty Lincoln thinks. Thank you, Shifty Lincoln, for your support. Let me just check for updates here. I'm hearing about some new strikes in Iran, as is pretty common. Shin, who I follow, says there are some explosions. Says there's explosion in Kermanshah, Iran. So the airstrikes appear to be continuing in Iran. What is this here? Give me a moment. There are claims of a fire tonight. I don't know if this is true. There are claims of a fire tonight in Erbil at the Lanaz refinery. The Jerusalem Post, for example, says a drone strike targeted the Lanaz oil refinery in Iraq's Erbil, causing a fire to break out at the facility. There's a video floating around that purports to show a fire at the refinery. That's something to keep an eye on. I don't know if that's been targeted earlier. Let me look it up too. The Lanaz refinery they have a website here. Do we have facts about it? About us. Overview. It was built in 2008, the Lanaz refinery. I'm looking at the website right now. Oh, Lanaz is a company. So what is the Lanaz company? Where are they from? I don't know. Is it a company? I'm trying to find out. Or is it just like a I have to find out more about this product, this refinery, as we hear the rain. I'm going to keep an eye out for more news about, again, a reported fire at Lanaz oil refinery. Oh, and I'm also seeing reports like previous reports before today of it being targeted. But there's new reports tonight of a new drone strike there, unconfirmed. So something to keep an eye on. Oh, you know what I'll do? I gotta repost. I'll give you an example of such a report in the chat. A number of outlets are posting a video saying it's from tonight, but I can't confirm it. What I need to do is I need to put a link to my X account and pin it in the chat. I will do that right now. And if I can, maybe the mods on Twitch and Facebook can pin it there too. Let me pin it on YouTube. That work? Let's see. Yes. Hey, a quick thank you also to Sogio for the membership. Roxy JH for the memberships. Thank you so much, Sogio and Roxy. Kelly Grace, thanks for being a member. All That's Random, thank you. Al Mayadeen says Citibank announces temporary closure of its branches in the UAE, except for the branch in Mall of Emirates. What is this? Actually, a couple days ago, it was reported that Citibank was closing most of its UAE branches through today. Reuters said a couple days ago, on the 12th, that Citibank was closing most of its UAE branches through today as a precaution. But I think it's possible that they've extended the closure. I wonder if I can find anything about that on their website. Citibank UAE. Yes, you can see it right here. Citibank UAE. See, that's the website. Branches, with the exception of our Mall of America branch, with our Mall of America, with the exception of our Mall of the Emirates branch, all Citibank branches and financial centers in the UAE are temporarily closed until further notice. Sorry for any inconvenience this may cause and appreciate your understanding. Little gunfire in the background. We're going to have to talk more about Carg Island, too. The Washington Post reports today that a U.S. official said the U.S. forces struck Karg Island after seeing indications that Iran might soon reinforce the island with renewed defenses. The strikes, the official said, were designed to eliminate that possibility. That's the first I've heard of that claim. Again, last night, President Trump said that the U.S. had launched strikes on military positions, military targets on Karg Island, but not the oil infrastructure. As the Washington Post says, located about 15 miles from the Iranian mainland in the Persian Gulf, Karg Island is the centerpiece of Iran's oil-based economy. About 90% of the country's oil exports move through facilities there, and an attack could strangle what remains of Tehran's economy, including the government's limited ability to pay its military. Here is Karg Island, by the way. There's Iran up here. Karg Island is over here. Karg Island. Again, a U.S. official told the Washington Post that U.S. forces struck after seeing indications that Iran might soon reinforce the island with renewed defenses. The strikes, the official said, were designed to eliminate that possibility. Is that true? I don't know. The president threatened to reverse his decision to leave oil-related targets on the island intact if Iran continues to interfere with the passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. For the U.S., says the Washington Post, decimating Karg has significant strategic advantages. And the Washington Post had previously reported on the potential for a ground invasion of Karg Island. The island has an airstrip, which the video posted by President Trump last night showed was bombed, and numerous jetties for ship loading. It is also protected by a network of military infrastructure on other nearby islands and mainland Iran, said Michael Rubin, who is with the American Enterprise Institute and who has advocated for the Trump administration to seize the island. This expert thinks that the bombing is setting the stage to take the island if Trump should give the order. To prepare for that, said Rubin, Trump could approve strikes on what Iran calls its invisible jetties, or low-profile launch points across a number of islands from which the Iranian Navy could launch speedboats to harass or endanger vessels in the Persian Gulf. U.S. officials, says the Post, have declined to discuss whether they are preparing for a ground operation on Karg Island. Such a mission would make U.S. troops vulnerable to attacks by Iranian drones and other missiles, and potentially IEDs or other defenses hidden on the island. On Friday, U.S. officials said a Marine Corps air-ground task force will deploy on Navy vessels from Okinawa, Japan to the Middle East, bringing with it amphibious landing craft, helicopters, F-35 fighter jets, and an infantry battalion of about 800 Marines. The task force, known as a Marine Expeditionary Unit, includes more than 2,200 Marines and is complemented by more than 2,000 additional Navy personnel spread across 3 warships. It is not clear whether this new deployment of troops and ships has any connection to Karg Island. The Marines are trained in amphibious landings, seizing islands, and launching rocket artillery at adversaries in a maritime environment. We need to we should do a poll on whether the U.S. will try to take over Karg Island. There again is Karg Island. Oh, I should say Karg Island, not Fujairah. Let's do a poll. Will the U.S. try and take over Karg Island? Okay. I just posted it on YouTube. Now I need to post it on Twitch and Facebook. Oopsie. Sorry, I'm hearing myself type. Hearing myself type. Double. Now what I need to do is put it on Facebook. Then we'll show you what you guys said about this. I have another poll question I want to ask a little later. We're not going to do it yet. We'll do it a little later. Oopsie. Okay. By the way, thanks so much to Thomas P0419 from Sweden for all your support. And thanks for shouting out the mods, Thomas. I appreciate that. Also, Medallion, thanks for being a member. Carms, our moderator, thanks for being a member. Thank you, Trump God. Thank you, the Metal-O-Maniac. Thanks for being a member. Thanks, Dirty Kenned. Thank you. I appreciate it. Also, Sean R. Thank you for the memberships. 20 memberships from Sean R. And then Roxy JH gave 50 memberships. People are giving so many memberships today. That's really nice of you. Please thank somebody if they give you a membership or subscription. Thank you, Sean R. And thank you for the memberships, for 20 memberships. And then Roxy gave 50 people memberships. Wow. And also, Deb Uno gave 5 people memberships. Thank you so much, Deb. And Kaylee Grace, our member, thank you. Okay, so let's see what the vote is from our viewers on whether the U.S. is going to try to take over Karg Island. Look at this. Over on YouTube, the vote is, oops, that didn't work. It'll work in a second. 77% say yes on YouTube. 78% now. By the way, on Facebook, it's 79% on Facebook. And then over on Twitch, what does Twitch say? Does Twitch agree or disagree? Look at this on Twitch. It is 84%. Wow. Our viewers are confident that the U.S. will try to take over Karg Island. That's a big deal if that happens, obviously, because most of Iran's oil is shipped from there. That would certainly escalate things. The Peach Lilac thinks not taking Karg would be silly. One of our viewers thinks it would be worse than Okinawa for the U.S. Brown Bishop. I don't know how many forces they have on Karg Island right now. Again, as the Washington Post pointed out, if the U.S. took Karg Island, then what might happen is Iran might start firing, say, drones and missiles at the island. Also, who knows what kind of, what kind of defenses are already there, like IEDs or something. Who knows? Chris Payne thinks that would drag the Chinese in. Olaf thinks they'll try, that's for sure. Our viewer, Mr. BA, thinks it will be stupid to take it. U.S. troops will be killed there. You can't hold it. I mean, maybe it's something President Trump tries to take to get Iran to agree to something. I don't know. One of our viewers said the Chinese aren't going to do blank. Thank you for voting in our poll, by the way. 81% yes on Twitch, 78% yes on YouTube. It ended up being 81% chance on Facebook. 81% on Facebook, yes. Give me a moment here. Toast and Loaf says, I'm 800% sure they will. Thank you, Braden Kemp. Braden Kemp says, this is what happens when you start a war based on opportunity and not planning. Braden Kemp says, Hegseth don't need to worry about it. Strait of Hormuz. Next day, America is asking other nations to send naval ships to open and protect it. Hey, thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. What would different scenarios of the island mean for other countries and their oil prices? Well, if the U.S. took over Karg Island, I think the common wisdom is that oil prices would go up because they would not allow Iran to be shipping oil, and that would cut some of the world's supply. So that's the common wisdom. It's possible that even talk of the Iran, again, the market hasn't been open since Trump did this, since he launched the initial strikes on the island yesterday. The market wasn't open at the time, the oil market. So we could see a significant rise possibly on tomorrow when the oil markets open up, based on the possibility of this happening. Thanks, Larry Martinez, who says if the U.S. takes over Karg Island, it might take the heat off of neighboring nations from missiles and drones. Give me a moment here. Excuse me. Just checking for updates here. You know, a viewer mentioned this. I've seen these reports about a warning from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, but I feel like maybe they had already given a similar warning before. This is from the current one. U.S. Embassy, Baghdad, March 13th, which is yesterday. Iran and Iran-aligned terrorist militia groups pose a significant threat to public safety in Iraq. There have been attacks against U.S. citizens, U.S. interests in critical infrastructure. These groups have attacked U.S. businesses and U.S.-operated energy infrastructure and may continue to target them. Iran-aligned terrorist militias have also attacked hotels frequented by foreigners and other facilities with U.S. ties throughout Iraq, including in Iraqi Kurdistan. Americans also face risk of kidnapping. U.S. citizens in Iraq are strongly encouraged to review their personal security situation. For many, departing Iraq as soon as they are safely able to do so is the best option. Again, I'm guessing there was some kind of major alert before yesterday. One of our viewers, Satisur, says, I wonder if the Kurds will still join the war. I was reading an article which talked about that today. It was an interesting article. I think it was in the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal today has an article titled, They Were Promised Regime Change. Now Many Iranians Feel Betrayed. And one thing it talked about in the article is that at the start of the conflict, both President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu urged Iranian citizens to take back the country and take over the country and from the regime, and said that the conflict would create the conditions for them to would create an incredible opportunity for them to do so. But there has been less talk of that lately in the U.S. and Israel. Something about the Kurds, the article said that the Wall Street Journal claimed that the realization that regime change isn't immediately in the cards has also changed the calculus of the Kurdish armed groups based in the border area between Iraq and Iran. They say after weighing an uprising in the Kurdish majority areas of Western Iran, the Kurds put their plans on hold because of the government's strength and the lack of foreign military commitment to push for change. That's what the Wall Street Journal is reporting. They say they heard that from representatives of Iranian Kurdish groups. I can't verify that, but they're saying that for now they have put those plans on hold. I'm going to actually post that because I thought it was interesting. Remember a week or two ago, it was being reported by multiple outlets that there was a Kurdish offensive underway in western Iran. But then the Kurds denied it. Apparently it never happened. Maybe it was close to happening. Yeah, Call Me Comfys says, check flight radar. We usually don't see this many stratotankers. So this happened yesterday too, where I believe we were seeing more tankers on the radar. But something I said yesterday, and I'll say again, remember, 2 days ago, there was an incident involving 2 U.S. tankers, which resulted in one of them crashing and killing the 6 people on board and the other sustaining significant damage. So what my thought was yesterday is, well, maybe there aren't actually more tankers. Maybe they are keeping their transponders on for safety reasons after the accident. So, yeah, there could be more tankers, but maybe you're just seeing more because after the accident, they have been told to keep their, transponders on, which keeps them on the radar rather than having them disappear from the radar. And it's done for, I'm not an aviation expert, but it could be for some sort of safety reason. Right. So look, previously, previously to me, when I would check, you'd see the tankers take off from Tel Aviv, and you'd see them land, and basically once they started heading towards Iran, they would just kind of go off the radar. Now these are still on the radar now. These are being actively tracked. You can see the blue behind them, which means they're not. When there's blue behind them, that means that they're being. Now, some of them aren't being actively tracked. Some of them are off of radar. But again, I don't know if maybe it's the same number. It's just that they're being tracked. There's more of them showing up on the radar. I don't know. It's an open question. Nick's Craze says it looks like they're avoiding Iraqi airspace. Our viewer Ibmid says also opens them up to enemy fire, but Iran has no air force left, so it's probably fine. These are refueling craft, which refuel the planes that are going on attack runs to Iran. Hey, thank you so much, Paulswick, who thinks there is an uptick. That's what Paulswick. Paulswick says those of us that use Skyglass Watch track them. So Paulswick thinks there are more planes in the air refueling tankers. Thank you so much, Paulswick, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thanks also, Elijah Denton. I have not heard about any kind of new attacks on Saudi Arabia beyond the periodic ones that have happened before. I'll let you know. Thank you also, Tommy Carruthers. Thank you, Steppaman from Norway. Steppaman, thank you. I am Charlie, thank you. Who says President Trump said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, why couldn't USA take the island, then say to other countries, come get your oil? So the island is where oil is shipped from, and a bunch is refined there. But the island is not where the oil is originally. I don't know if there are wells on Karg Island, but my understanding is that, generally speaking, the oil does not come from Karg Island. It gets sent to Karg Island from other places in Iran. Karg Island, it gets, a bunch of it gets refined there and it gets shipped from there because the water is deep enough that the tankers can get close to it. So it's not that the oil is all being drilled for on Karg Island. I understand the confusion there. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. I appreciate that. Also, Eric Dodge, Music and Dance. Thanks, and thanks for shouting out the moderators. Thanks, Vibrating Floor and Cyrus the Virus as well. Yeah, our viewers are saying pipeline. But the point is that if you control Karg Island, that doesn't mean you control all of the oil being drilled in Iran. However it's getting to the island, Iran could just stop sending it to the island. Stepa says, let's see what happens at the end of this week. I've seen some comments about this Lindsey Graham post from today. Lindsey Graham, Republican senator, says President Trump's decision to take the war to Karg Island, the crown jewel of Iran's oil and gas economy, was necessary, bold, and in my view, highly effective. This will help shorten the war. Seldom in warfare does an enemy provide you with a single target like Karg Island that could dramatically alter the outcome of the conflict. If Iran loses control or the ability to operate its oil infrastructure from Karg Island, its economy is annihilated. He who controls Karg Island controls the destiny of this war. And then he says, Semper Fi, the motto of the Marine Corps. So, does he know something about what's going to happen? I don't know. Some people think this is that he knows about some sort of plan to invade, for the Marines to invade Karg Island. Dangerous Goods, our viewer says it has been his dream for 40 years to bomb Iran. Novin Works thinks Iran will not back down. Thanks, Barry69Z. Thank you. Thank you also, Haley Lipinski. Thank you, Haley, for being a member. Thanks, Cece, for your support, and Haunted Wind on Twitch. Haunted Wind says Karg is the only deep water that Iran has to ship from. The coastline of Iran is not deep enough in my understanding, for the ships, for tankers to go to, so they have to go pick up the oil at Karg Island. Thanks also, Atomic Farting, for your support on Twitch, and Mi Chiamo Fabio. who says, what about Palantir's support for this war? I'm talking about the AI-controlled missile that targeted that school, causing a massacre. Do you find it dangerous to use AI in the middle military field? I mean, there has been some reporting in recent days from some outlets that says that the school was mistakenly on a U.S. targeting list, perhaps because of old information. So it's not been. Sounds like you think that the school was chosen by AI targeting. I don't know that that's the case. I don't know enough about it. But that is a big debate now, the use of AI in war and how much control it should be given. It's a controversial topic. Thank you, Michiamo Fabio. Also, Scuba Swanee in My Crystal Clear Life on Twitch. Also, thank you to HMMTTFN. Thank you. Also, Officer Larry and also Braydon Kemp. Oh, sorry, Braydon Kemp. Braden Kemp. Sorry, Braden. Braden thinks America should have spending caps for election campaigns. Thanks also, Haley Lipinski. Do you think the Supreme Leader is dead or alive? So there's all these questions about the Supreme Leader's health and whether he's been injured in strikes. The son of the former Supreme Leader, the new Supreme Leader. I personally have a hard time thinking that Iran would have chosen a dead Supreme Leader, because eventually it's going to come out, right? And I assuming that the regime is planning on staying in power, I don't think it would be a great look for the regime with the Iranian people if the people found out that they had. Remember, they've only ever named 3 supreme leaders in the whole history of Islamic Iran. I don't think it would be a great look for them if they're planning on continuing to run the country, if it turned out they had named a dead person as their leader. So I have a hard time believing that the current Supreme Leader is dead, and they literally just named a dead person as Supreme Leader. Lizbeth says he wasn't dead that day. Well, I mean, look, I can't tell you exactly what's happened since the day he was hit. I would certainly think if Israel had killed him and knew it, they would announce it, because that's what they do. So that's just my thought on the matter. I just have a hard time buying that he's dead. Now, as to whether he's injured or not, and to what extent, I have no idea. And again, the way Israel does things is if they kill someone like that, they announce it. The U.S., I believe, just announced a reward for him. Yeah, the State Department announced a reward. So is everybody just masquerading? You know, it just doesn't make much sense to me. Look. There. State Department, key leaders. Rewards for Justice is offering a reward of up to $10 million for information on the key leaders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and its component branches. Look, number 1, Mojtaba Khamenei. You can submit a tip. Look, you can submit a tip. Anyways, that's my thought. Thank you, Haley Lipinski. Thank you, Dysfunctional Fam. I think North Korea launched, something like 10 missiles last night. I mean, it's something they periodically do, so I'm not going to really focus on it here. It was interesting to see. They weren't launching it at anyone. Thank you, Dysfunctional Fam. They fired 10 ballistic missiles, and they did it during during joint military drills between the U.S. and South Korea. I think they do that kind of thing. They've done that in the past too. North Korea, Reuters says, frequently displays its anger at such military exercises, claiming that they are dress rehearsals for armed aggression against it by the Allies. Thank you so much, Dysfunctional Fam. Also, I am Charlie. Thank you. Barak Ravid with Axios is reporting that the French government has formulated a proposal to end the war in Lebanon that includes an unprecedented step of Lebanese recognition of Israel. The U.S. and Israel are examining the proposal. By the way, Axios last night was reporting that Israel was planning a major invasion of Lebanon, which would involve occupying everything south of the Litani River, which I think is about the southern 18 miles of the country. I don't think this is necessarily related, but it's an interesting little side story here. Where is it here? The Miami Zoo is currently closed for the second straight day due to an anonymous bomb threat. Joel Franco mentioned that. If you go to the Zoo Miami site, it talks about this. Where is this here? What did I just do? Uh-oh. Hold on a second here. I just really messed up. I have to close a bunch of things here. I hear a drone in Beirut. Zoo Miami says on their website, out of an abundance of caution, Zoo Miami is currently closed to the public following another anonymous phone threat. They said Zoo Miami is currently closed to the public following another anonymous phone call reporting a bomb threat. That's the second day in a row. As Joel Franco reported. Thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth, who thinks when people ask if the new leader is gone, they think he was attacked after being chosen. Again, I do think if Iran and the U.S. believed he was dead, they would if they were confident he was dead, I believe they would say that. But who knows? I can't know for sure. Thank you so much, Lidwine Elizabeth. Hey, shout out to all of our moderators. You guys are awesome. Our moderators are the reason that we can even have our chat rooms. Ruth is moderating right now. Thank you, Ruth. Over on YouTube. On Twitch, we have Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev. Also, thank you to our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley moderating over there. Thanks also Christy Claft and Barry Eisler for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks also to, oops, what happened here? Thanks to Jimmy the, oh, this is from last night. Jimmy the Boots donated last night on Facebook. Thank you, Jimmy the Boots. Thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X for moderating over there. Did I thank our Twitch moderators? I can't even remember. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev. Also thanks to Guy from the 207. Yes, Guy from the 207. We talked about that story last night, and I posted a Guy from the 207 last night on my social media. But President Trump had something to say about that story, so I'm going to mention it again. So thanks for reminding me. So we mentioned to you last night that the Wall Street Journal reported that five U.S. refueling planes were damaged in a missile attack on a Saudi Arabian airbase. They didn't say the planes were destroyed. They said an official told them the planes were being repaired. So we read that last night. President Trump actually responded to that today. Here's what President Trump had to say about that report. Oh, new post from President Trump. Hold on, brand new post from President Trump. Brand new post from President Trump right now. Look. The United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran both militarily, economically, and in every other way. But the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot. The U.S. will also coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. It will bring the world together toward harmony, security, and everlasting peace. This is his second post today, asking other countries to help out open the Strait of Hormuz. Brand new. From President Trump. Hold on a moment here. I need a second. Some of our viewers think he is begging for help. One of our viewers thinks he's trying to hype the stock market. It is interesting, though. This is his second post asking other countries to help. Maybe his third. Definitely at least his second. Give me a moment here. So remember what he had posted before. So earlier he had said, 5 hours ago, he said many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the USA to keep the strait open and safe. We have already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability, but it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. Hopefully, China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, the US will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free. So that was 5 hours ago. And then he just posted, the USA has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily, economically, and in every other way. But the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. And we will help a lot. The U.S. will also coordinate with those countries so that everything goes smoothly, quickly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, he says, and now it will be. It will bring the world together toward harmony, security, and everlasting peace. So again, this is the second post in 5 hours where President Trump is asking other countries to contribute, it looks like ships and whatever else, I don't know if it's military help, to open the Strait of Hormuz. Pamela thinks he's speaking of the future? I don't know about that. Just 5 hours ago, he was saying that other countries need to help now. 5 hours ago, he said, hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat. So, I guess you could read this as him talking about the future instead of now. I would interpret him as saying this is as talking about the same thing he was talking about 5 hours ago. Anyways, it's very interesting. President Trump repeatedly asking other countries today to help with the Strait of Hormuz. Well, I don't know if other countries are going to. We'll see. Is there going to be some multinational effort to open the Strait of Hormuz and keep it open? We'll have to see. I have no idea. Trump's pool guy thinks he's telling them you are either with us or against us. Seba says the spice must flow. So again, that was just posted by President Trump. All right, hold on. I see the camera's moving. Oh, wait, hold on. The camera is panning up. The Beirut camera. See if I can. Oh, hold on. Oh, was there a new strike? Hey, I think there was a new strike. I see smoke on the camera there. I am seeing smoke on the camera. So let me rewind for a second. Let's rewind. We might have missed a new strike in Beirut. I'm going to press play now. Did anybody see a flash? When did that happen? I'm trying to play it here. This is moments ago. I didn't notice it. I mean, clearly there's smoke. Let's see if we see anything here. Yeah, I was reading the messages in President Trump's post. Oh, there's a boom. So there was a boom. We definitely heard a boom. And then smoke comes up. I didn't see it. I mean, I went back. $10:37. Hold on. The flash was there. Oh, there it is. I just got it. I just saw it right now. Watch this. Watch this. You'll see it right now. There it is. There it is. New strike in Beirut moments ago. You know, we heard a drone a little while ago. It seems like whenever we hear the drones, if you don't hear a drone and then you hear a drone, a lot of times there's a strike after. If I can pause this. Is this going to work today? There we go. Look, there it is, right there. There was your new strike by Israel that has been targeting Hezbollah targets in Beirut and elsewhere in Lebanon as well. Then you hear the boom, and you see the smoke starting to come up from back there. I'll go to live in a second. There's the smoke right there. I can probably try to, it's a little cloudy there. I don't know if I want to try to brighten this or not. I already have it brightened a little bit. Yeah, the brightening's not going to help that much. I can brighten it a little bit more, but... All right, let me go to live again. That's now live. This is Beirut, not Beirut and Tel Aviv. Make this small. Just to have it up there. Small Tel Aviv shot at the top. Citibank actually posted about the Middle East. They said the decision to evacuate 3 of our buildings and temporarily close hold on, and temporarily close some branches in the UAE is consistent with our commitment to prioritize the safety of our colleagues. He says, the city says all of our UAE and Bahrain-based city colleagues are accounted for and are safe. City is not leaving the Middle East.
قبل ما ضرب ولا تقوليش بينت معك ضرب ولا ضرب يا خيي ما ضرب لك ماني شايف وما بين الضرب يا زلمه تقول لي بين الضرب لا ما بين الضرب عم ملحقين موقفنا قبل ما اجى ضرب سلامتك قلنا سلامتك ولا شيء ولا شيء.
Oh, Michael Horowitz posted several drones struck Kuwait International Airport, according to the local aviation authority. I'll have to look that up. But again, I just saw that post from Michael Horowitz. Again, he said, according to the Kuwait Aviation Authority, several drones struck the international airport there. The airport has been attacked before. Yes, no casualties. Cairo News, Kuwait Aviation Authority says drones targeted the radar system at Kuwait International Airport with no casualties. That's from Al Qahira News. Kuwait Civil Aviation Authority, drones targeted the radar system at Kuwait International Airport with no casualties. I wonder if it's damaged the radar system there. Seems like potentially significant. Oh, sorry, I removed myself. I'll try to get more information about the status of that reported drone attack on Kuwait's airport, specifically the radar system. Hey, thanks so much, Farming Missouri. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Farming Missouri. Also, the Ghostmore Girls, that's very generous of you, the Ghostmore Girls. Thanks for shouting out our moderators. Thank you for your support. Thanks also, Fox250R, for the memberships. I appreciate that. Thanks, Crazy Yoda, who says General Jack Keane said removing Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz would be a big of a deal as removing their nuclear capability. No more holding hostage to the world. Well, I've seen, as I've said before, I've seen a couple experts say that they thought to really remove their control of the Strait of Hormuz, you would need to take over the coast of Iran, which is the coast that's facing the strait. I don't know that for sure, but I have seen a couple articles where experts said that. There was one in the Wall Street Journal. There was one in the New York Times, I believe. Gunfire. So President Trump clearly wants to take control of the strait away from Iran or force them to open the strait, but we'll see if that happens. Thanks so much, Crazy Yoda. Oops, we temporarily lost the Tel Aviv feed. Hey, thanks The Freak Show. I appreciate that. The Freak Show, also Andy Crabtree. Andy Crabtree thought Trump sounded weak and scared on social media when talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Explosivization, who thinks Trump should clean up his own mess instead of demanding others to help. Thanks also, Benny Hill. I appreciate that. QB199. Thanks, 1XCD. Did Iran make a response to his first post or no? 1XCD thought that was probably a response to Iran's response to his first post. I didn't see an Iranian response to his post from 5 hours ago. Maybe they did. I just haven't seen it. Thank you, 1XCD. Thank you, Judd B. Perfume. Thank you, Judd. Thank you also, Louis R. Louis R. thinks it's a sad day for the U.S. and that true military weakness is on display. Thank you, Louis R. Thanks, Samantha Reynoso. Is Iran allowing some traffic ships through the Strait of Hormuz? So, yes, periodically. I read a report that they had allowed two ships from India through after talking to the Indian government to carry, I think it was liquefied petroleum gas. There's a shortage of this in India now. I thought I read that today, but yeah, so Javier Blas of Bloomberg reported this. They said that two tankers transporting LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, I believe that is, have crossed the Strait of Hormuz. They crossed in the last day on the way to India. That happened after government-to-government talks between Tehran and New Delhi. So I don't know what the talks were about. I don't know if India paid Iran more for this or whatever. Iran agreed to it. So periodically, also Iran has been letting ships carrying its oil go through. So some ships have been allowed through, but not many. Thank you, Samantha Reynoso. Thank you also, Thomas P0419. That's so nice of you, Thomas. More memberships from Thomas. He's given so many memberships. And Golden Kitty just gave 50 people memberships. Wow. That's really generous of you, Golden Kitty. Please thank somebody like Golden Kitty or Thomas or somebody else if they gave you a membership, or if you get a gift subscription for somebody. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Golden Kitty, thank you. Hang on a moment here. There were some alerts in the north of Israel, I think, but those are no longer on the map. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there were a few rocket alerts in the north of Israel, but they're not on the map anymore. Maybe people saw something on Intel cams. Oops, hold on. You can check out Intel cams if you want. Intel cams on YouTube. All right, hold on a moment here. Is there a new post by the Revolutionary Guard? Let's see. New statement from the Revolutionary Guard, Iranian military, says, in the past 48 hours, the enemy has targeted civilian factories in Iran, and unfortunately, a number of dear workers who were engaged in production and earning a livelihood were martyred while fasting. The American-Israeli enemy, defeated in its confrontation with the fighters and armed forces, has cowardly turned to attacking civilian industries. We warn the failed American regime to evacuate all American industries in the region, and we ask the people of the areas surrounding industrial plants in which Americans are shareholders to evacuate those areas so no harm comes to them. So that's from the Revolutionary Guard. They are ordering evacuation of all American industries in the region and people who live surrounding industrial plants in which Americans are shareholders to evacuate. They like to make, I mean, look, that doesn't mean they're going to actually carry out attacks. Sometimes Iran makes big threats and nothing ever comes of it. But I did want to mention that. Let me just post that. That's a new statement from them. That's their latest threat, just released. (23ZFR) says, this is war. Why shouldn't we take them seriously? Well, we'll see if any such targets are hit or attacked. Flanzy says, they will do it this time, I'm thinking. Amber Zena says, they all lie. Shown Girl says, small talk. Oh, I never showed you what President Trump said about the reporting on the 5 damaged planes. We have to get back to that and show you that. Give me a moment here, just checking for updates. We're going to take some more comments from you guys. Oops, sorry. Okay, let's look at what President Trump said about that report. So, as I mentioned, there was a Wall Street Journal last night reported that 5 U.S. refueling tankers got damaged in an Iranian missile strike on a Saudi Arabian airbase. And the report in the Wall Street Journal said that an official said that those planes were being repaired. So here is what President Trump said about that report about the planes. Here is President Trump's post about that. He said, yet again, an intentionally misleading headline by the fake news media about the 5 tanker planes that were supposedly struck down at an airport in Saudi Arabia and of no further use. Now, to be clear, the one report I've seen about this, which we talked about on the air last night, did not say they were destroyed. The Wall Street Journal report quoted an official who said they were being repaired. Just to be clear, President Trump says, in actuality, the base was hit a few days ago, but the planes were not struck or destroyed. 4 of the 5 had virtually no damage and are already back in service. 1 had slightly more damage, but will be in the air shortly. None were destroyed or close to that. As the fake news said in the headlines, the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal in particular, and other low-life papers and media actually want us to lose the war. Their terrible reporting is the exact opposite of the actual facts. They are truly sick and demented people that have no idea the damage they caused the United States of America. Fortunately, as proven by our great and conclusive election win in 2024, the people of our country understand what is happening far better than the fake news media. Yes, as viewers point out, he does call it a war here. And then one of our viewers mentioned, hold on a second here, this. Brendan Carr, who is in the Trump administration, the head of the FCC, one of our viewers just mentioned this. Thanks for reminding me. He said, broadcasters that are running hoaxes and news distortions, also known as the fake news, have a chance now to correct course before their license renewals come up. The law is clear. Broadcasters must operate in the public interest, and they will lose their licenses if they do not. And frankly, changing course is in their own business interests, since trust in legacy media has now fallen to an all-time low of just 9% in our ratings disasters. The American people have subsidized broadcasters to the tune of billions of dollars by providing free access to the nation's airwaves. It is very important to bring trust back into media, which has earned itself the label of fake news. When a political candidate is able to win a landslide election victory after in the face of hoaxes and distortions, there is something very wrong. It means the public has lost faith and confidence in the media, and we can't allow that to happen. Time for change. That's from FCC chairman in the Trump administration, Brendan Carr. AP says U.S. regulator threatens broadcasters' licenses after Trump's Iran complaints. Carr, the chairman of the FCC, has previously launched investigations into networks he has said are unfairly partisan, most notably pressuring ABC to take late-night host Jimmy Kimmel off the air. It was the first time Carr had addressed Iran coverage. Although Trump and the White House have sharpened their attacks in recent days against coverage they perceive as being unduly critical or unfair. Oh, interesting. I saw an unconfirmed report online that claims that the U.S. is trying to reinstall a radar at the embassy in Baghdad after one was reportedly destroyed. There was a strike on the U.S. embassy in Baghdad earlier today. And it appeared that a radar at the top of it had been damaged or destroyed. I'm not sure if they really tried to replace it. I have no idea. A380 said, oh, was there a new strike? Hey, there was a new strike. Did I miss the flash? Did you guys see a flash? Another strike. Another strike in Beirut. Hold on a moment here. I can rewind. I missed the flash last time. Did anybody see it? I'm going to go back here. Usually it's about 20 seconds before the smoke. All right, I'm going to go back and play this moments ago. Did anyone see it? Definitely saw the smoke. Really quick. I just saw the flash right there. It was quick. Is that a roof knock strike? I mean, there's smoke after, but could that be a warning strike saying, get out because we're going to destroy the building? Because it wasn't a huge flash. So I do wonder if that might have been a warning strike. See, there's smoke, though, but... also reportedly alarms in Bahrain right now. Again, that was a quick flash, so... Sometimes they will drop something as a warning before really destroying the building. Enigmatic thinks it was a roof knock. All right, so let's get back up to live here, but I would not be surprised if we see another strike in that area. Hey, thank you so much to Braden Kemp, who thinks Brendan Carr is right about trust in media. Thank you, Braden. Thank you, TJ Sider from Canada. Thanks, Fote Bacon, for being a member. Thank you so much, Janet B., who our moderator, for your support. I really appreciate that, Janet. Thank you. Thank you, Paul's Wick. Paul's Wick thinks that there have been 4 to 6 flights per tanker during this conflict. Am I getting that right, Paul's Wick? Thank you so much, Paul's Wick, for your support. Thanks also, Lidwine Elizabeth. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, from the Netherlands. Involvement is very difficult to sell to people who think of their grandparents and broken families still due to World War II. So Lidwine Elizabeth thinks it'll be tough to get for President Trump to get other countries involved to help with the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you also to Scalaro. I think Scalaro is in the UAE. And Scalaro's kids, Alan and Aaron. Thanks, Alan, Aaron, and Scalaro in the UAE. Thanks, Dysfunctional Fam, for the memberships. Thank you. Thanks, Unstable Prototype. I appreciate that. Elijah Denton, the Iranian attack on Fujairah happened earlier today. We talked about that earlier today. But that happened earlier today when it was daylight. We showed video of 2 large columns of smoke in Fujairah at the Fujairah. Did they say whether it was a port or an oil hub that was hit, or I have to go back and check. But thank you, Elijah Denton. Reuters says some oil loading operations have been suspended in the Fujairah Emirate in the UAE, a global ship refueling hub, with TV footage showing plumes of dark smoke rising into the air after a drone attack disrupted a UAE energy hub in Fujairah. Just to show you some more of that. We showed you the video earlier. No, hold on. That's not the one. Here is the video from Fujairah in the UAE. That was earlier today, after the UAE claimed that it fell, that's due to an interception of a drone. I don't know if the drone was drone or drones were intercepted or not. But that's in Fujairah, UAE today. And then here is the video from Reuters from the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, where it appeared that a radar was hit at the top of the embassy. That was earlier today. Bahrain, 8 minutes ago, announced that the warning siren is sounded in Bahrain. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. So, warning siren in Bahrain. What is this? Hold on a second here. By the way, we were talking about Mojtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader. Earlier in the broadcast, one of the viewers had announced whether had asked whether he was still alive. Yesterday, Defense Secretary Hegseth said that Iran's new supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He said at a press briefing, the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. I don't believe he's made any public appearances lately. His first statement came out on Thursday, but that statement was read by a TV news anchor. One moment here. Hey, Carissa gave... Did I thank Carissa for the memberships? Carissa gave 50 memberships. No, Carissa just did that, I think. 50 memberships from Carissa 4939. Thank you so much, Carissa. People are being very generous with giving other viewers memberships today over on YouTube. It's really nice of you. Make sure you thank Carissa or somebody else if they gave you a membership. Thanks also to our new member, Blade Derwig. Also, Naomi Brown, our member. Thank you, Louis Lou, for your support. Louis Lou thinks Israel doesn't try to warn people. They try to lure in more people for the next strike. That's what Louis Lou said. Thanks, Haniel Vargas. 13 U.S. service members have been killed so far. One report yesterday said about 200 injured and 170 of those have returned to service. You know, one other interesting thing that hasn't happened so far is the Houthis have not started launching attacks, like missile attacks on Israel, for example, or attacking shipping, the Houthis. I just saw this. The Atlantic Council, it's a think tank and research group. They post articles about international conflicts, 20 questions and expert answers about the Iran war. And they have a section, will the Houthis get involved? Will the Houthis in Yemen get involved? I was wondering about this. I'll post a link to this article if you want to read the article, by the way, on atlanticcouncil.org. They say coming to Iran's defense does not provide the Houthis with the same domestic and reputational benefits that their involvement in the Gaza war did. It also carries new risks, particularly related to the detente, the relaxing of tensions they have had with Saudi Arabia since 2022. The Houthis could still decide to get involved in the Iran war, especially if they calculate that it makes sense to break the easing of tensions with Saudi Arabia. That it breaks the easing of tensions with Saudi Arabia as Saudi Arabia doubles down on its support to the Houthis' main rival inside of Yemen, the internationally recognized Yemeni government. The Atlantic Council says there are 3 scenarios for Houthi involvement. 1, limited Houthi strikes on Israel to demonstrate solidarity with Iran, which we have not seen yet. 2, limited strikes on Red Sea shipping as they seek to test whether this is a new red line for Saudi Arabia or extract new concessions, given that Riyadh is depending on the Red Sea to maintain some oil production with the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed. Or 3, widespread Houthi attacks on Red Sea shipping, Saudi Arabia, and or ground offensives inside of Yemen aimed at finally seizing Yemen's oil and gas resources. This 3rd scenario risks reigniting the Yemen war after years of calm and opening up a major new front in the region. Anderson Olb says that would be a foolish move. So it's interesting because we have not seen the Houthis firing missiles at Israel. We have not seen them newly attacking ships in the Red Sea. Will we see that? The Houthis are supported by Iran. BMX Kane says it's all to do with risk versus reward. And the Atlantic Council said that, so look, there's the Red Sea, there's the Persian Gulf here, and the Strait of Hormuz here. But then there's the Red Sea over here, and then Yemen is here. Yemen's down here, and then here's the Red Sea. So Saudi Arabia, I guess according to the article, has been using the Red Sea to get oil out because they can't get it out this way because the Strait of Hormuz is blocked. But could Yemen start doing more attacks on shipping in the Red Sea? Something to keep an eye on. Oopsie, what happened there? Our viewer Marcus G thinks Yemen is not being, the Houthis aren't being paid anymore. Kitty Cat thinks Iran is in financial trouble and cannot even support themselves. Wall Street says they could choke both ship lanes. I was also wondering is there a world in which Iran is telling the Houthis don't do anything yet and kind of like keeping it as something they could bring in as an additional threat or an additional cause of pain to the West? Shin reports, who I follow, that new explosions in Khuzestan province, Iran. It's raining again there. Hey, thank you, Dodger Blue to you, who says, where is Netanyahu? Rain time. We might have to turn it down. By the way, Netanyahu gave a press conference on Thursday. President Netanyahu gave a press conference on Thursday, March 12th. I'm not really familiar with this whole thing, but there's an article in Times of India that says, Internet claims recent viral video of Israeli Prime Minister AI generated as it shows 6 fingers sets rumor mills running amid Iran versus U.S.-Israel war. They say speculation started when people started claiming, focused on a frame of video of him talking, and claimed that it showed 6 fingers. Some of the viewers like the sound of the rain. Gemini AI says, a video of Netanyahu addressing the nation 2 days ago was scrutinized by some social media users who claimed he had 6 fingers in the video, which led to the theory that it was AI because he was actually dead or incapacitated. Gemini claims that there are fact checkers who confirmed it was an optical illusion. I haven't seen that myself. I haven't really gone into this whole rabbit hole of the Netanyahu theories. In case, excuse me, normally I mute myself when I sneeze, and I didn't. But what I was going to say is, if you want to read it, PolitiFact has an article from yesterday saying an AI video, no, Netanyahu did not have 6 fingers during his press conference. So I will post a link to that if you want to read what PolitiFact says about this rumor that Netanyahu is dead because supposedly he had 6 fingers in his press conference. I just posted the link from PolitiFact, and you can read about it. Thank you, Subharsh, who says, I heard there is no internet in Russia. I have not heard anything about there being no internet in Russia. No, I have not. I don't know where you're hearing that, but oh, maybe you're talking about there's a story, for example, that the Wall Street Journal has a story. Russia shuts off mobile internet access has been disabled in recent days after similar outages in dozens of regions. The Wall Street Journal said Russia is stepping up tests of systems designed to keep millions of people from accessing information online in times of political unrest. Analysts say that that the government is doing a trial of a nationwide system to limit information and hobble connectivity in times of upheaval. That's what the Wall Street. Oh, there's looks like a new. Is there a news strike going on? Did we just miss it? AP says. AP says many foreign websites were blocked Friday on mobile phones under restrictions that have gripped Moscow for more than a week. Russian authorities have said the restrictions are part of security measures to fend off Ukrainian drone attacks, but many industry experts say they are part of preparations by the authorities to block Russians' access to the global web if the Kremlin decides to do so. Hey, let me see if I can go back here and... Was there a new strike? There's smoke. I don't know that this is new. This seems like it was smoking for a while. That doesn't look like a new strike, guys. I just went back 6 minutes. I think the camera just zoomed in on it. I think that's what happened. Bad Doge says no new strike. Thanks so much to J Rizrock, 22. Also, Carolyn Phelps, who says Iran is threatening Ukraine according to The Hill. I had not seen that. They have an article that said the head of the Iranian Parliament's National Security Commission threatened to attack Ukraine, claiming Kyiv had become a legitimate target by supplying drone technology to Israel. I mean, that's one person in the head of the Parliament's National Security Commission. I don't know that that's a serious threat. Doesn't really get into it in the Hill article, but again, seems like maybe kind of like threatening language that I don't know that it can really be backed up. Thank you so much to Carolyn Phelps. I appreciate it, Carolyn Phelps. Also, B-Red Gemini. who says, seems weird Bibi's son hasn't posted on X in 6 days, normally posts dozens every day before. I am not going to get, if you guys want to discuss it, that's up to you. I am not going to get into any more theories about Bibi or his family having something secretly wrong with them, having some either dead or injured. No, we have discussed it to the limit of my tolerance. Thank you so much, B Red Gemini. Thank you, Pete Finn, our member. Thanks, Infinity HD. Who says, really weird thing on flight radar, Italy Air Force plane over Italy that took off from Beirut airport. Isn't Italy working with the U.S.? I can't really speak to that. I'm not a flight radar expert, so with something like that, I usually defer to the experts I follow who, if they notice something really they think is really noteworthy, they'll talk about it. I haven't seen mention of this. But if people want, they can go over to flightradar24.com and check it out. You can go to flightradar24 and check it out yourself. Looks to me like the top tracked flights on Flight Radar 24 now are pretty much the U.S. tankers. Thank you so much to Infinity HD. Thank you, Zachary Oliver Music. The North Korea missile launch was, I want to say, like 12 hours ago or something. They launched some missiles, apparently to protest U.S.-South Korea joint military exercises. Thank you, Pete Finn. Thank you, Crazy Yoda, as well. No, I have not seen that France is sending 10 warships to help in the Strait of Hormuz. I have not seen that report. Here, I looked it up. It says 5 days ago, President Macron said France will send 10 warships to the Eastern Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the Strait of Hormuz. Did he say when that's going to happen? I'm seeing an article about it from 5 days ago. The article doesn't say anything about the specifics. Again, President Macron spoke about it 5 days ago. I don't have any specifics on that. I don't know when they'll get there and where exactly they're all going. That's the best I can tell you. According to the New York Times, they're supposed to go to the Eastern Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you so much, Crazy Yoda. When will there be new alerts? That I cannot predict. Our viewer, Just Ducky, says, how about some minesweepers instead of more warships? I was reading an article yesterday that said, oh, it looks like a plane is coming in to the Beirut airport. That is a that plane is on Flight Radar 24, and it is a plane from Istanbul to Beirut. It is Middle East Airlines MEA, which is it's a Lebanese airline. Well, it's not Moments Ago that's live, by the way, but that's what it's on Flight Radar. Coming in from Istanbul. Vivid UAP is watching from Germany. Thank you to Fast Peak. Thank you, Allie B from Tennessee. Thanks to I Voted for Trump. Thank you to Black Country History Hunter, who says if major oil infrastructure gets destroyed, it's not a quick fix. Refineries, pipelines, and export terminals can take years to rebuild. By the way, I was going to mention, thank you so much, Black Country History Hunter. I was going to mention, I was reading an article about the minesweepers, and I think it was in The Economist, and it said that before, so there's reports that Iran has put a small amount of mines in the Strait of Hormuz. For mine-sweeping boats to work, I think it was The Economist said, you would first have to attack the risks to the minesweepers. Like you'd have to take out missile launch positions and positions from. You'd have to make sure that Iran couldn't attack the minesweepers. So you'd have to do whatever you'd need to do militarily to stop them from, say, launching drones or missiles or whatever at those minesweepers before the minesweepers can operate. N12 says report of a wave of attacks in Tehran. So reportedly more strikes going on there. Oh, also, N12 says Kuwait's aviation authority announced Iranian drones attacked the capital's airport and damaged the radar system at the Kuwait airport without causing any casualties. I don't know what the extent of the damage is at the airport, to the radar system there. More rain. More rain. Thanks also voted for Trump and Soji and Butter Nuds. Thank you. What's the latest on Karg Island? I don't have any more today on Karg Island. President Trump announced last night that the U.S. had attacked military targets on Karg Island. Remember, about 90% of the oil from Iran ships out of Karg Island. President Trump has threatened to attack the oil infrastructure on Karg Island if Iran doesn't stop, if Iran doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz. There's speculation that maybe these new thousands of Marines that are being sent to the region might end up trying to take over Karg Island, but we don't know. I haven't really heard of anything big and new today on Karg Island. We have to wait and see what happens with it. Hold on a second here. By the way, Karg Island is still functioning today. So AP says, according to tanker trackers, 2 tankers were loading oil on Karg Island today, hours after the U.S. said it struck Iranian military facilities there. Reuters says Karg Island, where U.S. forces destroyed military targets, is the hub for 90% of Iran's oil exports and has long been seen as a key vulnerability that would provoke a severe response by Tehran if attacked. Even minor disruptions at Karg Island could further tighten global supply, adding pressure to an already volatile market, says Reuters. They talked to one industry expert who said, you take out Karg infrastructure, then you take out 2 million barrels per day out of the market for good, not until the straits get fixed. Iran's armed forces said today any attack on Iran's oil and energy infrastructure will lead to attacks on energy infrastructure owned by oil companies cooperating with the U.S. in the region. Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy, a fuel price tracker, said, I'm very concerned it elevates the temperature and Iran has less to lose and it seems to escalate. Iran, when backed into a corner, is highly emboldened to act, he said. Karg Island is in waters deep enough to enable the docking of tankers that are too large to approach the mainland's shallow coastal waters. I want to mention that again. Kind of turn the sound down a bit. It's so loud. Again, Reuters says Karg Island sits in waters deep enough to enable the docking of tankers that are too large to approach the mainland's shallow coastal waters. Much of the oil shipped from Iran via Karg Island goes to China. Oh, was that another strike? Did we just see a flash? Or was that light? That might be lightning. Wonder if it was lightning. I don't see the camera really moving around. Let's see here. Iran is the third largest OPEC oil producer, pumping about 4.5% of global oil supplies. Thank you, Michael Mitchell, for your support. Thanks, Gen Xer. Jen says, USA destabilizes world economies, now wants them to fight his war and open the strait. Thanks, Scott Beck. I have no new updates on yesterday's reported troop deployments to the region. I've seen no major updates about that today. Reportedly, roughly 2,000 Marines and roughly 2,000 supporting naval sailors are going to the region. We're not sure for what. Some reports say they'll be there in a week or two. They're going from Asia, I believe, but I have not seen any major reports on that today. Thank you, Kevin Bond. I appreciate it. The David Holland, thank you. Thank you, voted for Trump. Hang on a moment here. According to AP, it's roughly 2,500 Marines will be sent. They say elements from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit and the amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli have been ordered to the Middle East. Marine Expeditionary Units are not only trained and equipped to conduct amphibious landings, but also specialize in bolstering security at embassies, evacuating civilians, and disaster relief. It is unclear if they will be involved in some sort of ground operation. The forces, that Marine unit, as well as the Tripoli and other amphibious assault ships carrying the Marines, are based in Japan and have been in the Pacific Ocean for the past several days. What's burning is we saw some strikes over the last couple hours, so I assume it's from that. That would be my assumption. I think maybe we weren't seeing it because of the rain and clouds, but we saw strikes before. Stumpy Stump says, lesson here is for every country to get off oil for power needs. There was a rocket alert in northern Israel, which is no longer on the map. I am just checking for updates here. Thanks also to Tina Scharfeld from Romania. Thanks for watching from Romania and supporting the channel. Our viewer Raju Nair says this is going to be another Iraq. Mass V says this is going to be a huge blow to U.S. power in long term via the petrodollar. Spartiate says Bay of Pigs invasion Iran version coming soon. Mona says Iran just keeps throwing crap at a wall to see what sticks. Scott said Iran will only let ships pass. Scott Johnson, Iran will only let ships pass in Strait of Hormuz if they pay in the Chinese yuan. There was an unconfirmed report about that yesterday. CNN had claimed that yesterday. That was being discussed. Let's see if I can find the report. CNN said yesterday that a source said Iran is considering allowing a limited number of oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz if the oil cargo is traded in Chinese yuan. They said international oil is almost entirely traded in dollars. I'm not familiar with the background on all that. I asked AI about this, Gemini AI about that yuan story. It said for over 50 years, the global oil trade has been dominated by the US dollar. By forcing payments in yuan, I don't know if that's really happening, Iran is attempting to strike at the financial architecture of American power rather than just military targets. More rain coming. Thank you to by the way, Terry Murphy. Terry, I haven't seen any big updates on that cyber attack days ago that an Iranian hacking group carried out a cyber attack on this American medical device company. I haven't really seen big updates on that. We talked about that several days ago. Yesterday, the company said that the cyber attack disruption was still continuing. The Wall Street Journal said the hackers were retaliating on behalf of Iran. Actually, that story was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, they said that the disruption was continuing. Actually, you can go to the Stryker site and get their update. Even yesterday, they said they are responding to a global network disruption to our Microsoft environment as a result of a cyber attack. We have no indication of ransomware or malware and believe the incident is contained. So you can check out their updates on their Stryker.com website. Thanks also LARNCM for the memberships. I really appreciate that. And also Hellwolf for Liberty, thank you. And Scott Beck, thank you. Scott thinks this may drag out for months because the IRGC may be too entwined into the country to ever be ousted. I can't speak for what's going on in the country. There haven't been any kind of reliable reports of mass defections or anything. So, again, I can't, I'm not on the ground there. But I would say the general consensus right now is that it doesn't seem like it seems like the regime is holding control of the country. Oh, hey, look at this, guys. Nancy Mace just posted. Now, I don't know if she's referring to something new. Is this new? Hold on. Where is this? New post from Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Look what she said 1 minute ago. Shout out to Jamie Dupree for pointing this out. Hold on. That's not what I wanted to show you. Nancy Mace said 2 minutes ago, news tonight is that 2,500 Marines are heading toward Iran. I have a lot of thoughts about what comes next, but tonight is not the night for that. Tonight is for prayer, for those Marines, for their families, and for the safety of every American in uniform. God bless them all. Does it kind of sound like she knows more than she's letting on? Am I wrong? Yeah, supposedly it's going to take them days to get there because they're heading from Asia. But doesn't that seem like maybe she's... Again, this story came out yesterday. So now maybe she's just reading the story now. Feels to me like there's more here maybe than meets the eye. Some of the viewers think she's not credible. Others think there's more to this. DJ thinks it means nothing. Cheps thinks it sounds like vague posting. One of our viewers, Amy, says you could read it 2 different ways. No, it's Marines. There's a couple thousand Navy sailors that are supposed to be going with them. So again, I don't know. It's like something or nothing. Is it just a post about the news from yesterday? Or is it that, like one of our viewers said, you can read it different ways? And also she says, I have a lot of thoughts about what comes next, but tonight is not the night for that. What does that mean? Right? Fofer thinks it's a "Don't forget about me today" tweet. Thank you, Becoming Becca, for watching from Ireland. Remember what Lindsey Graham said today, too. Lindsey Graham said today Iran's attempt to close the Strait of Hormuz is done at its own peril. President Trump's decision to take the war to Karg Island, the crown jewel of Iran's oil and gas economy, was necessary, bold, and in my view, highly effective. This will help shorten the war. Then he says, seldom in warfare does an enemy provide you a single target like Karg Island that could dramatically alter the outcome of the conflict. If Iran loses control or the ability to operate its oil infrastructure from Karg Island, its economy is annihilated. He who controls Karg Island controls the destiny of this war. Semper Fi. Motto of the Marines. Does he know something? One of our viewers says, is it a war, Lindsay? Yeah, he is using the word war. Diana thinks he's a warmonger. Thanks, Officer Larry, who thinks it's going to be another D-Day. Well, I don't know. I don't know how many forces Iran is going to have on that island. I'm assuming Iran's not going to put a lot of forces there. I don't think Iran thinks it can conventionally defeat the U.S. militarily. But maybe they'll try to, I don't know what they'd do. I don't know if they'd really challenge an invasion or maybe try to target the island after the U.S. establishes itself there. I don't know. Thanks. Shout out to all of our moderators. Again, I really appreciate you being here. Robert's May Queen over there on YouTube. Ruth has been there too. Thank you so much to them. Linda Belk, Larry and Misha on X, on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges and Surly Dev. Thank you. Thanks also Captain Farad on Twitch too. Kepu Laikepi. Thank you on Twitch. Also, Anonymous Gifter on Twitch. Oh, I got a little behind on Twitch. Danny9293, thank you on Twitch for your support. Thanks Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley for moderating on Facebook. Paul Anderson is moderating. Thanks Christy Claff for subscribing. Thanks Teppy9076, who says, do you think we will have another gas shortage like we did in the 1970s? This is not really my field. I do know that the U.S. produces more than it used to. So my sense is that the risk is more that the prices go up. But I don't know exactly. Right, yeah. The U.S. is the world's leading oil producer now. So that's my sense. Again, I'm not an expert in this, but my sense is it's more about, for the U.S., it's more about prices going up than not having gas. So like I just to do it, I know that AI is not perfect, but I asked Google Gemini AI, and it said that in the 70s, the U.S. was a massive net importer of oil, and now it is a net exporter of petroleum products. And that its dependence on Persian Gulf oil is significantly lower than it used to be. However, the U.S. is still a net importer of crude oil. There's like different things with types of oil and that kind of thing. They say we export our light crude because many U.S. refineries are specialized to process heavy crude oil. And Gemini says that means we are still tied to the global market price. Again, I am not an expert in this, but that is my sense, that it's more about, the concern is more price hikes than literally not having gas, at least at the moment. Thank you, Shaft. Shaft thinks that the U.S. is going to seize Karg Island. Thanks also FlesherNet for the memberships. Michael Big Dog from Australia, thank you. And thanks for your support and for shouting out the mods FlesherNet. All right, let's see here. Faytux News found a story in Semaphore where Semaphore is reporting that Israel told the U.S. this week that it is running critically low on ballistic missile interceptors. The story says that Israel had entered the current war already low on interceptors fired during last summer's conflict with Iran. Oh, that's interesting. There's another part of this article which I didn't see. CNN had a story how Iran's use of cluster munitions is challenging Israel's air defenses. I believe it said that the cluster munitions in Iranian missiles, where you have multiple munitions within a single warhead, could make the depletion worse of interceptors. The Semaphore story says the U.S. says they're not running low on their own interceptors. Anyway, something to keep an eye on. It was anticipated that after weeks of this conflict, you would have a situation where the U.S. and Israel are running low on interceptors, and also Iran would be running low on, say, missiles. We were reading articles about that before the war broke out. The Kuwait just said that their air defense systems have detected and dealt with 2 drones that targeted the Ahmad al-Jaber Air Base in Kuwait, resulting in material damage within the base's vicinity. I can't tell you what that damage is specifically. Interestingly, Michael Horowitz, who I follow, who is a geopolitical analyst, he asks, why would adding cluster munitions make the depletion of the... Why would using cluster munitions cause more interceptors to be used? It's an interesting question. I don't know enough about it. Because I guess the idea is that the interceptor is going after the missile when the cluster munitions are still all in the warhead. What's happening now? Was there a new strike? What are we seeing on the camera? The camera is moving over here. I don't know. I'm not seeing any smoke come up. Was there a flash? Did you guys see a flash? Now the camera's going back. This is the AFP feed. We saw a couple strikes earlier. I believe the smoke is coming from one of them. Thank you, Jorthio. I appreciate it, Jorthio. Also, Scott Beck for the memberships. Thank you, Scott. Also, 21. 21 says, so are we attacking? We are attacking Iran so Israel can attack Lebanon. Well, what happened is after the start of the conflict, Hezbollah, was there a flashback there? Hezbollah started launching rockets at Israel. Hezbollah is supported by Iran. So now Israel has started launching a bunch of attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Axios last night claimed that Israel was planning a major ground invasion of Lebanon. Thank you so much, 213811. No, the camera is not muted, but I have it turned down because the rain can get pretty loud. I think we should do another poll. Why don't we? I had another poll I wanted to do. People always want more polls. Okay. We're going to try another poll right now, but I have a little intro to the poll. I'm going to turn this down for a second. We're going to do another poll. I'm going to explain the poll. I saw an interesting question online, which I thought would be a good poll for you. So you may have noticed we do have a sponsor for this episode, who is Kalshi, which is an online prediction market where you can trade on the outcome of future events. But you can also go to Kalshi and just see how people are thinking about different questions. So there was a market on Kalshi that I was like, I wonder what our viewers would think about this. I just want to show you that. And then we'll do a poll and see what you think about it. And the question was about whether people would visit Iran, whether President Trump would visit Iran, and whether people like Pete Hegseth would visit Iran. So I was going to see what your thoughts are on this. So right now on Kalshi.com, will Donald Trump visit Iran before January 1st, 2027, before June 1st, 2026, and before April 1st, 2026? Now, you might think this is crazy. I had a thought on this, which is just... some people are saying, why would he visit? Visit for what? And that was my thought when I first saw this question. But I also thought President Trump likes doing big things. Remember when he had the summit with Kim Jong-un? There were people who said, oh, that will never happen. And then he did a summit with Kim Jong-un. So I certainly understand the thought that it would never happen. But it's a thought. So, but there's another one. There's another one, which is the other one was other people. So I'll see I want to see what you guys think about this. There's also this one, which is who will visit Iran before July? And they have some different, on Kalshi, different questions. But Pete Hegseth is 9%. Now, another thought I had here is a lot of times when the U.S. is fighting a war somewhere, you have this situation where somebody from someone from the administration will show up unannounced to visit the troops and say hi. So I didn't know if that's something that Hegseth could do. And also I feel like Hegseth is someone who likes likes supporting the military and stuff. Anyways, so you can see it's 9% that Hegseth would go before July and 10% that Rubio would go before July, and they have other people too. So I was going to ask you guys about Hegseth. I'm going to do a poll and ask you guys about Hegseth and see what you think about that. Anyways, so the last thing I'll say before we do our poll is thanks to Kalshi for sponsoring. And the one last thing I want to mention is that you can go to kalshi.com/agenda free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choosing, if you want to. Now I'm going to do the poll. And the poll is, will Pete Hegseth visit Iran during this conflict? I'm not even going to put a date on it. I thought that was an interesting question. Will Hegseth visit Iran during this conflict? All right. I just posted it in YouTube. I am posting it on Twitch right now. Will Hegseth visit Iran during this conflict? Now, granted, so he could visit. This is not about him visiting the troops per se, because he could visit the troops in another country. This is specific to Iran. So we're not asking if he's going to visit them in the UAE, although that's also an interesting question. But that would, again, it's an interest. You would need some place in Iran for them to visit. What if the troops take over Karg Island? That's a whole other thing. So there's visiting the region, but there's also visiting Iran. I would think visiting the region is more likely than visiting Iran. Let's see here. All right, I'm posting it on Twitch. Now I'm going to post it on Facebook. Visiting the region is also an interesting question. Another interesting question would be, this would be another one. I can't ask too many questions. Another question would be, will President Trump visit the region but not Iran? Would Trump just show up and visit the troops? That's another question. Say in the UAE or some other place where they might, or Israel or some other place where they might be located. Or visit a ship. That would be another thing, that one of these people would go to like an aircraft carrier or something. Anyways, let me post this. We did a poll earlier in the broadcast. Will the U.S. try to take over Karg Island? And about 80% of you said the answer was yes on all the platforms. Richard said, why would he go during the conflict? Again, I feel like it's not an uncommon thing for a representative of the administration to go visit troops during a conflict. All right, here's what people say. Is it just going to be zero? Are 0 people going to say yes? Let's see. Maybe I found the question of more interest than anybody else did. Okay. All right, so here is the YouTube vote. Here is the YouTube vote. This is interesting. Given what the chat was saying, I thought it was going to be about 0. We now have 25%, 24% on YouTube say that Hegseth will visit Iran during this conflict. It also could be like a show of strength kind of thing. If we have some troops, for example, on Karg Island. Riri Patton says Trump visited troops at Christmas one year in the Middle East. All right, so what is the Twitch vote? Let's see. Facebook right now is 31% yes, 69% no. All right. Again, from the comments in the chat, I thought it was going to be 0. I feel like we have a silent yes minority. Over on Twitch, 13% on Twitch say yes, 87% say no. The other way that Iran could happen, another way somebody could visit troops, is if there's going to be some kind. Remember, multiple experts have said that if you're going to free up the Strait of Hormuz, I've seen multiple articles that said this, where experts said you need, if Iran is not going to agree to it, then you need to control the coast of Iran. You would need a ground operation to control the coast of Iran so that they couldn't fire on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So that would be another way for American troops to end up in Iran, is that kind of ground operation. I guess another way of asking, another question is like, if it's after the conflict would be a different question. Anyways. I'll be looking and seeing if anybody is going over there. Oh, thank you for voting in our poll. I realize there's all these different permutations. I'm not going to ask it right now. Maybe in the future I'll ask one which is like, do you think Trump will just visit the troops, period, which doesn't have to be in Iran? Larry Clark says yes after. Red Squirrel says troops need support. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. I don't mean to linger on this. I just think it's an interesting question. Maybe I'm playing devil's advocate here. How about this? So 80% of you, when we did our poll earlier, about 80% of you who voted in the poll said you thought the U.S. was going to try to take over Karg Island, right? So, and that could happen pretty soon. So most of you think that's going to happen. So if the U.S. takes over this island about 15 miles off the coast of Iran, and President Trump has made a big deal of talking about Karg Island and threatening Karg Island, right? You don't think there's a chance, a decent chance, that either Trump or someone like Hegseth or some member of the administration would go and visit Karg Island if for weeks U.S. troops are sitting on Karg Island? Does that seem that crazy? I don't know. Gary Bain says Vance. Abel thinks someone will visit. Michael Avery says if the U.S. takes it over, Karg Island, it's then the U.S. and not Iran? Anyways, we'll have to see what happens. Dwight says it would be a major target. No way. Carl says they're more likely to visit in Qatar or Jordan. Binary Hex says it won't be safe enough. TTH says Karg Island is such bait. Ripster thinks it's crazy to say that. We'll see what happens. Token J thinks it will be under constant attack if U.S. takes it. Remember, most of you, we did a poll earlier, and about 80% of you said that the U.S. was going to take the island, try to take control of the island. We'll see what happens. I will say this. I think a lot of you think that this will never come up. I wouldn't be surprised if this came up later. I don't think it's crazy. One of our viewers says, Angamarand says it would be a huge flex to have our leaders get that close and get them back alive. One of our viewers says, will the war be over? Fabiello says, will this war be over before the end of the month? You know, something else, though, is a few months ago, I think most people would have found it unlikely that Iran was going to be, even a month ago, because this has been going on, we're in our third week, even a month ago, I think a lot of people, if they told you, oh, within a month, Iran will have closed the Strait of Hormuz, a lot of people might have thought that quite unlikely a month ago if somebody told you that. Hey, within the month, Iran will have closed the Strait of Hormuz. Giorgio said Trump made a single trip since October 2025. I doubt he'll be doing more than 4 or 5 trips this year. Hey, thank you, Sue Ellen Peters. Sue Ellen says, remember Bush visiting the troops in Afghanistan? I'm looking up online and it says that George W. Bush twice made surprise visits to Afghanistan to support the troops and bolster the Afghani government. It's a bit different, though, because he was trying to bolster the Afghani government. Volstad thinks the issue with Karg Island is that the U.S. uses large munitions meant for single targets. Iran will be defending the island with countless speedboats that can't all simply be targeted with MQ-9 Reaper, for instance. You know, something I'm going to be looking for expert military analysis on the Karg Island situation, is if the U.S. were to try to take Karg Island, how vulnerable would the U.S. troops be to attacks as they're sitting there on Karg Island, 15 miles off the coast? And how about U.S. ships sitting in the water there? Tim Graham thinks extremely. Cowboy, our viewer, thanks, Cowboy. Cowboy says, will Iran bomb Karg Island if U.S. takes it over? By the way, if you want to see it, the Institute for the Study of War has a map of the strikes on Karg Island. I think this is based on the video that came out. The U.S. struck over 90 military targets on Karg Island. But I think maybe, yeah, because we saw on the video that was released, we saw a strike at the airport here. So this is a refinery right here. Karg Island Oil Refinery. Export terminal, hovercraft base, airport, targeted radar site. There was a targeted radar site. Also, I believe there was a targeted air defense complex. Yes, targeted air, this is targeted air base, targeted air defense site here and here, it says. I'm going to post a link to this map and you guys can look at it if you want. I actually think the Karg Island story is a huge story because I do think there's a at least decent chance of President Trump taking military action against Karg Island, either if he were to destroy the oil infrastructure, that would have an enormous impact because that's about 90% of Iran's oil goes through there. If he tries to take it over, that's a whole other situation. But those are enormous escalations. And President Trump was threatening it yesterday, and he's sending more Marines there. I don't think this is some kind of, like speculation about some highly improbable event. Our viewer, one of our viewers said, Popper said, you know what is protecting Karg Island? If they attack it, every refinery in the Middle East will go up in flames. It's deterrence, not the SAM sites. Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting point. Is Iran holding back on attacking certain targets in the Middle East that it would then attack, say with drones, if Karg Island was attacked by Trump? Perfectly good question. I don't know the answer to it. Creative Thomas says, what's even the point of taking it? Bomb all the harbors and it's useless. The downside is, one big downside is that you're crippling the economy. If you think there might be regime change in Iran, if that's something you're seriously considering, it would really hinder the next regime or the next government because you've just enormously damaged Iran's economy for the future for a while. That is a downside. Thank you, SK Rain, our new member. Thanks, Benny Hill. Benny Hill says, I think most of the humans, according to that poll, have had enough of instruments of death being used over good old music with lyrics. Thank you also, Tiberius Rex. Tiberius thinks that Iran says ex-military, Iran can fire 500 drones a day at Karg Island without touching their stock 40,000 plus stockpile. I don't know if they have that many, but imagine hell on earth. Yeah, look, I mean, I was just talking about that. I don't know to what degree U.S. soldiers would be like a sitting duck target on Karg Island. I would assume if the U.S. were to try to take Karg Island, you would need to bring air defense capability there. Thanks, Zetheus Official. Any validity to the statement the USA is running out of missiles in the Middle East to keep fighting? I don't know the situation currently with U.S. munitions. President Trump has said it's fine. You can find many articles that were written before this war that said it would be expected that within weeks, the U.S. and Israel would run low on munitions. They would also run low on interceptors, and Iran would run low on missiles. That's the best I can tell you. As to how much that is happening, I don't know. But to me, that was entirely many analyses said that. On the screen, I believe, is the remnant of it's smoke from some earlier Israeli attack on a Hezbollah, one or more Hezbollah targets in Beirut. Chef says they can't produce as many Tomahawk missiles as are being fired. Lights out says mountains full of ammo. Sheppy guy says, let's hope it doesn't turn into a fight for Karg Island. Again, Karg Island, about 90% of the Iranian oil exports go through there. It is deep water around it, which allows tankers to load to load oil there, which they cannot do on the coast of Iran, on the Gulf coast of Iran. The New York Times says the last time Karg Island came under significant fire was during the Iran-Iraq War in the 80s. Saddam Hussein conducted heavy bombing raids, had the Iraqi military bomb it, and caused extensive damage, but Iran rebuilt the facilities. Ooh, I'll turn the volume up a little bit. We have no volume. Did I? Oh, I think I turned the sound down while I was talking before. Didn't I? Is that what I did? No, the volume's on. It's just quiet. By the way, don't forget about Qeshm Island. Qeshm Island. I saw Tom Rogan, who's a journalist, was mentioning yesterday he thought that the U.S. could maybe try to take Qeshm Island, which is an island in the Strait of Hormuz, which I think has about 150,000 residents. But if you're trying to free up the Strait of Hormuz, don't forget about Qeshm. There's Qeshm Island right there, right there. So could we see some kind of... Now, there's also these other islands, too. Could we see... There's Hormuz Island. Could we see U.S. try to do something with these islands? But it's right there in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is bigger than Karg Island is about 5 miles by 3 miles. Keshem Island is about 60 miles long. I know it can seem smaller. It's about 60 miles long. One of the viewers mentioned this yesterday when you're talking about the coast. As I mentioned, a number of experts have said, well, if you're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz, you need to take the coast, the Iran coast. Otherwise, they can just attack boats from the coast. But this is a long coastline. This is 60 miles long, this island. It seemed to me that if you're trying to take the coast, that would be a huge operation. In March 7th, by the way, one of the viewers asked about a desalination plant. On March 7th, the government of Iran, says Wikipedia, claimed that the water desalination plant on Keshem Island was bombed by the U.S. military. The U.S. and Israel and the UAE all denied striking the plant. Thank you, SK Rain. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. I don't know if the same people voted. There might have been different people voting in the first and second poll, Lidwine Elizabeth. That I cannot be sure about. Thank you, Dodeal 04M. Thanks, Eric Bush, who says, if Hegseth visits Iran during the conflict, it's because he's trying to prove he's manly and not for any other reason. Thank you, One Axe CD, who mentioned a report on stockpile depletion. Thank you, One Axe CD, for your support. If you want to read it, where is this here? I don't know what JINSA is. JINSA is, JINSA is the Jewish Institute for National Security of America. And they posted a New York Times article from February 27th that cited a 2025 report by JINSA as part of an article. And on February 27th, the New York Times said, Israel facing prospect of a war with depleted missile defense. Yeah, as I mentioned, there were a number of articles I've looked at and a number of analyses before this war that said if this goes on for weeks, the U.S. and Israel will start running out of interceptors, and Iran will start running out of missiles. I remember talking about this on the air. There was a specific article. I remember the Wall Street Journal had an article about this. Oh, was this during the conflict or before? Maybe it was like the first week of the conflict. I think that was the first week. Yeah, so where is it here? Well, this is a bit different. On March 2nd, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal, Gulf states in race against time to repel Iran's onslaught. Only so many air defense interceptors are available to Gulf states to knock down. Oh, that's about drones, an almost limited number of drones. That's different. Where's the other one? There was a different article, I swear, about this. But there's been all kinds of... Yes, 2 weeks ago, March 1st, I remember we talked about this on a stream. The Wall Street Journal had an article, U.S. races to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. The U.S. is racing to destroy Iran's missile and drone force before it runs out of interceptors to fend off Tehran's retaliation. Current and former officials and analysts say. This is an article from 2 weeks ago. And they also talk about in this article, they say that air defense interceptors aren't the only munitions that are in short supply. The U.S. is also expending sea-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles and aircraft-launched weapons against Iranian targets. So again, this is not my field. I am not an expert on this. But there's lots of analysis about expecting the U.S. and Israel and Gulf countries to run low on interceptors, and also the U.S. to run low on munitions, and maybe Israel as well, I don't know, and Iran to run low on missiles. The Axios had a report on March 3rd, article titled, Trump claims America can fight forever, but munitions are limited. They said reporting suggests the U.S. stockpile and that of key allies such as Israel and Gulf nations are dwindling faster than production can replace the weapons. Just a few days ago, a think tank in Washington, D.C., CNAS, the Center for New American Security, put out a report. CNAS put out a report. I haven't read the report, but they put out a report a few days ago, 4 days ago, that said Iran war could hinge on who runs low on munitions first. You can find that at CNAS. Oh, I guess it's an interview that someone from CNAS did with Bloomberg that you can watch. Chief Hung says the Gulf countries running low, maybe I'll believe it when they say it. Thank you, Zethius official, who says, are we moving air defense systems from Korea? That I don't know. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, there were reports about this recently. BBC yesterday said the U.S. may move some of its anti-missile systems and it's sparking unease in South Korea. Oh, I can find this for you here. I think. Reuters reported 4 days ago that there were reports that U.S. missile defenses were being sent from South Korea to the Middle East. I don't know if this has actually happened. Last week, the Washington Post, or this past week, the Washington Post, that the Pentagon was moving parts of a THAAD defense system to the Middle East from South Korea. I don't know if that's definitely happening, though. Thank you, Andrew Koski, who thinks we should turn Iran or the island, Karg Island, into a U.S. state and resort. I think Andrew's saying that about the island. Thank you, I am Charlie, who says no World War III, no one backs Iran. I got to check some of the other things people have been sending me. Some gunfire in the background on the Beirut cam. Black Irish says, in 2003, the U.S. attacked Iraq on March 20th, and then the Secretary of Defense visited Baghdad for the first time 41 days later. Black Irish says, 41 days later this year after the attack would be April 10th. Black Irish, our viewer, thinks, I would not be surprised if someone in the Defense Department is aware of this timeline, and as a result, Hegseth decided to make a visit prior to April 10th. James Hinsaw said, how could Iran do a cyber attack when their internet capacity is reported only 1%? So an Iranian hacker group did a cyber attack of a U.S. company several days ago. First of all, so the report is not that it's just the government itself. It's some group which is reportedly has some connection to the government. But also in Iran, from what I understand, is it's not that the internet doesn't work at all. It's that the government has shut parts of it down. So according to NetBlocks, they say there are some things that people can use. So if there are put it this way, if there's an Iranian, this is not my field, but if the Iranian government controls the internet, and I'm sure they can make some provision if there's some hacking group that's doing their bidding. My assumption is that the Iranian government still has access to the internet. You can see the NetBlock says it's been 2 full weeks that the internet's been shut down. But here, look. The regime spokesperson has confirmed observations pointing to a whitelisting system. That means certain people have access to certain things. That's a post from NetBlocks a few days ago. And who knows, those hackers who did that, are they even in Iran? I don't know. One of our viewers thinks maybe they're in the US. I don't know. But my point is, it's not like somebody cut all the internet cables in Iran. But I understand the question. It's an interesting question. So I don't know how that's all being dealt with. Z-Line says they could be conducting attacks outside of Iran. Hold on a second here. This got messed up. Our viewer Firejack mentioned that Trump told Fox News's Brian Kilmeade, who I think does a radio show. Trump told him during an interview on Friday that we have them on tape, we know who they are, talking about people who killed the protesters in the streets. And when they're caught, they will be tried and executed. For whatever that's worth. That's according to Iran International said that was during the interview. Oh, I think they posted it. I can't play the clip of it, but they posted a clip of him saying it. Hold on. I'm sorry, that interview? So that was posted by Iran International today, But the interview is from February 12th, just to be clear. Because I looked at the clip in the interview, so that's not a new quote. That's a sorry about that. It was posted today by Iran International, but if you look at the clip they posted, the clip is from February 12th. So I'm trying to go through some of the messages people have been sending me. Get a lot of messages. Thanks J35 for messaging me about the semaphore story as well. Thank you, David C4805, for being a member. Thanks, 1ACD. 1ACD says an Iranian hacker group could be located all over the globe. Our viewer, Formula Fan, says, don't focus on the Marines. They are there to hold. Assault will come from special ops when least expected. Iran has rigged Karg Island by now. That's what Formula Fan thinks. I don't know that we've had any missile alerts since we've been on the air. Some rocket alerts. Iran has not been firing that many missiles at Israel lately. Update from the Kuwaiti army. Where is it? Now I can't find it. Doesn't say it on their social media. According to N12 News, Israel, they say the Kuwaiti army says 2 drones attacked the Ahmad al-Jaber air base in Kuwait today, causing damage in the area around the base. 3 armed forces personnel were slightly injured. Another plane coming in there. Hold on a moment. guessing that is an MEA plane. Yes, it is. Here, this is the plane coming in right now. We just saw it on, that was the plane coming in on the live shot. The MEA from Paris to Beirut. Lebanese airline MEA. Hey, by the way, a quick heads up about our broadcast today. So, normally we go into the evening. What I'm going to have to do, probably in like a half an hour or so, is tonight I have this family event that I need to go to. So in about a half an hour, I'll probably wrap up this stream in like a half an hour. If there's big news, I can come on after and do another stream. So we'll have to see how the news plays out. So I do apologize for that. Normally we would go longer, but I'll keep an eye out. And then, again, if there's big news, we can come on after. But yeah, family event tonight that I need to attend. Oh, phone ring. Phone is ringing. The phone is ringing. The phone is ringing. The phone is still ringing. I want to attend it too. It's not that they're making me attend it, but it is something I need to be at. Thanks, by the way, on Twitch to The Only Gadio and Trump's Pool Guy and X Chalky on Twitch and Captain Ferret for your support and Kepula Kepi, who I think I thanked before. We're showing Tel Aviv, Israel. Tel Aviv, Israel is right up there. I can make it a little bigger, but it's there. It's there. To repeat, Semaphore, the publication Semaphore is reporting. Semaphore reports that Israel is running critically low on interceptors. They say that they had entered the war low on them. They have been, Israel's been fighting. They fought for 12 days with Iran last year, used interceptors there. Israel has shot down missiles in the past from the Houthis. I don't know what degree they're low on interceptors because they fought Hezbollah last year or 2 years ago as well. Anyways, Semaphore is reporting that they say that Israel told the U.S. this week it is running critically low on ballistic missile interceptors. You can check out Semaphore for that. They say that last year, a report found that the U.S. during the 12-day war with Iran last year, the U.S. was helping Israel. Last year, one report said the U.S. fired over a quarter of their THAAD interceptors in their inventory. Dan B says U.S. will give them more. by the Sea says they're not the only one. 4 days ago, CBS News reported White House aware of Gulf countries' concern about missile interceptor shortage. Back on March 5th, CBS News had reported Gulf states were running dangerously low on missile interceptors. Now, again, Iran has not been firing that many, well, at Israel, that many missiles. They've been firing missiles at other countries. Thanks, Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. What is this? New video from Central Command. Hey guys, Central Command posted a new video. What's this about? They don't have any. It just says U.S. forces continue to degrade Iranian military capability. There's no date on it or location. Just posted. I was wondering if that might be Karg Island. I don't know though. Didn't the other video, some of the clips in there didn't look like it, but I don't know. There have not been any new Iranian attacks on ships in the last couple days. Here is a post from UKMTO, which is, I believe, overseen by the UK Navy. From today, they say the regional maritime threat environment across the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, and Gulf of Oman remains critical. No confirmed vessel attacks have been reported during the past 48 hours. However, the overall maritime threat environment remains at a critical level due to recent attack patterns, continued navigation interference, and persistent operational disruption, to include port facilities across the region. Confirmed maritime incidents since March 1st, 20. Current observed Strait of Hormuz traffic, cargo traffic, 2 vessels per day. 2 vessels per day. Thank you, Deadwing. Thanks for shouting out our moderators. Also, thanks, Deadwing, for being a member. Thanks, Chantal Loves 9. Chantal Loves K9, I think it is. Shout out, thanks from Canada. Thanks for shouting out our moderators. Wonder what the oil price will be tomorrow. In about 24 hours, the oil markets open up again. Brent crude was 103 as of yesterday. WTI crude 98, close to 99. Oh, let me see if I have this update for you. Hold on. Hey, look at what AP reports, guys. Jet fuel prices are rising. That could make summer flights more expensive. Experts say it's not a question of if airfares will go up, but when, for how long, and by how much. The impact may be felt most on long-haul international routes, which burn significantly more fuel than shorter flights. The war is constraining oil exports and prompting major producers to scale back output. Also, Strait of Hormuz is closed, obviously. The average price of jet fuel in the U.S. reached $3.99 per gallon on Friday, up from $2.50 the day before the war started 2 weeks ago. That's interesting. I'm going to read that again. The average price in the U.S. of jet fuel reached $3.99 per gallon on Friday, up from $2.50 the day before the war started 2 weeks ago. By my math, that's a 60% increase. Let's see, what else did they say? Some airlines, AP says, are partially protected from sudden price spikes through fuel hedging, a strategy that allows them to lock in fuel prices months or even years in advance, but not all airlines hedge. And those that do are usually only protected for a portion of their fuel needs. Also, airspace closures have required rerouting flights around parts of the Middle East, which can mean longer routes, additional fuel burn, and higher operating costs. AP says it's difficult to predict exactly how much airline ticket prices could increase as a result of costlier oil and fuel. Industry analysts say the impact of higher jet fuel costs can vary based on the route, airline, and travel demand. Fuel typically accounts for about 20 to 25% of an airline's operating costs. Our viewer, Oak Dog, says it's just going to get worse. Jatsdeut says useless war. Rhoda says still up 78 cents in Saratoga, New York since the beginning 15 days ago. Gas price. Just random crypto guy says WTI is trading around 102 on crypto platforms that are trading at 24/7. I don't know. I know there's some crypto platforms that have some sort of futures markets on the oil price. I don't know that those are reliable indications of what will happen when the market opens. I haven't seen anything that tells me that those are definitely reliable indicators. It's not really something I'm an expert in, but again, I wouldn't just assume if there's some futures market somewhere you see that that's going to reliably capture what's going to happen in the market. But I don't know. Supernova says, that is not a real price. I am a trader for a living. Eddie Baker said gas dropped 20 cents by his house. Thanks to Chantal Loves Canine for becoming a member. The Washington Post today talked about the new troops being sent to the region. They say, first of all, they say U.S. officials have declined to discuss whether they are preparing a ground operation on Karg Island. Such a mission would make U.S. troops vulnerable to attacks by Iranian drones and other missiles, and potentially improvised explosives or other defenses hidden on the island. Yesterday, U.S. officials said a Marine Corps air-ground task force will deploy on Navy vessels from Okinawa, Japan to the Middle East, bringing with it amphibious landing craft, helicopters, F-35 fighter jets, and an infantry battalion of about 800 Marines. That task force, known as a Marine Expeditionary Unit, includes more than 2,200 Marines and is complemented by more than 2,000 additional Navy personnel spread across the USS Tripoli and 2 other warships. It is not clear whether this deployment has any connection to Karg Island. The Marines are trained in amphibious landings, seizing islands, and launching rocket artillery at adversaries in a maritime environment. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take 1 minute. I'm just going to take 1 minute here. Oops, there's a typo. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. We will continue in 1 minute. I had a thought. We're back. I had a thought. I have a thought, which is there a? I mean, you know, there's a new article in Semaphore today that claims that Israel's running low on interceptors. So, if it's true that suppose Iran is running low on missiles and fewer. I don't know how many drones they have, and the U.S. is running low on munitions and interceptors, and so is Israel. Could we see a situation in where the conflict keeps going on, but you're just not seeing as many strikes during the day? Because we're not seeing any sign of it ending anytime soon. But it's the numbers would just suggest, and from what I understand, it's you're going to have shortages of stuff as the longer it goes on for. So it's like it's still going on, but you just don't have as much fighting going on. I also don't even know. I mean, one of our viewers, Chief Hung, says 15,000 targets plus in 2 weeks. I think President Trump has said that they've hit a lot of the targets they wanted to hit. So I don't know how many of the targets that the U.S. and Israel had, how many are left to hit, right? I don't know how much production can catch up so quickly. One of our viewers said, Super Jocks has got to slow down the pace so production can catch up. I don't know that production can ramp up like that. How long this stuff takes to produce. Let's see here. One of our viewers, Paipoon, says Israel's Channel 14 says Israel denies Semaphore's claim. Yeah, I don't know if the Semaphore's claim is true. I also wouldn't be surprised if Israel either way denies it, even if it is true. Yes, so Hillel Bitten Rosen with Channel 14 Israel says, the defense establishment of Israel says tonight that the report claiming Israel is running out of interceptors and that there's a shortage is not true. We have enough interceptors for all defense systems, even over a long period of time. Have a good and quiet week. That's from the Israeli defense establishment. Little gunfire there. Provoked Brittany, have you addressed rumors of Netanyahu's death? Yes. I talked about how there's a conspiracy theory based on a claim that he had 6 fingers in his video a couple of days ago, and the claim was that it's AI, his press conference 2 days ago was AI, and that he's actually dead. And I told you that I posted a link to a PolitiFact article where they described this conspiracy theory and the origin of it, and explained that in the article explains that it explains why Netanyahu the evidence is that the overwhelming evidence is that he is still alive. The article is called "No, Netanyahu did not have 6 fingers during his press conference." I will post a link again in the chat. And they link their sources for the fact check, including the officially released YouTube video of his press conference. They say a video of his press conference does not prove he is dead. And you can watch video of the press conference online. They say a trick of light likely made part of his palm appear to be an extra finger. That's what they say. A trick of light made a part of his palm appear to be an extra finger. They have a close-up of his hand in the article. Thank you so much, Provoked Brittany. I appreciate that. Sambino says he has chunky palms. Leave him alone. Checking some different sources here. In a couple minutes, again, I do apologize. Normally, we go longer on these streams, but this evening I need to go to a family event. So in a few minutes, I'll have to wrap up the stream. And not right this second, but in a few minutes, I'll have to start wrapping up the stream. As I mentioned, I can, if I need to, I can do another stream later. Thanks, Billy Bobby, for watching. Oh, thanks to Julia B. Hey, Julia B., that's really nice of you. Also, Berea Beard. Berea Beard points out that there were in Vietnam, the U.S. had sometimes dozens of deaths in a day. According to, well, I don't want to get all into this, but that it varied by year. According to Google, it says in the deadliest year, there was an average of 46 deaths, U.S. deaths a day during 1968. About almost 17,000 Americans died in 1968 in the Vietnam War. The Wall Street Journal, if you want to read it, has an article that came out today about what it would take to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Just wanted to point out a couple of things. One expert they talked to said that that if you were going to do escort operations, it's difficult to shoot down drones and missiles because they're being shot from a short distance. But it says one expert they talked to said in addition to warships, you would need at least a dozen MQ-9 Reaper drones patrolling the skies and striking missile and drone launchers when they pop up on the coast. I've read a lot of analysis saying it would be expensive to do escort operations. Also, an expert they cite an estimate that the most you could get through the Strait of Hormuz through escorts, given the various constraints, would be about 10% of its normal level. And you would still run the risk of ships getting hit and even warships getting sunk. Also, they talk about a different option besides escorting would be to seize control of part of southern Iran on the coast near the strait. They say that would involve likely thousands of troops and possibly months of operations in which U.S. forces are exposed to attack. They say that would begin with airstrikes along the coastline and then American troops landing in southern Iran. Marines making an amphibious assault in an area of mountainous, rough terrain. And then the journal also says maintaining control of that area would require an invasion. And they also point out that any U.S. troops on the ground would be targets for Iranian attacks. Anyways, if you want to read that, there's an article in the Wall Street Journal today. Trump wants to secure Hormuz. Here's what it would take. You can go over there and read it. Storklet says it's so mountainous along the coast there in Iran. Here is what the coast looks like by the Strait of Hormuz. I know it's not totally clear, but you can go to Google Maps and see what it looks like along the coast there. Those are long distances too. Remember, this island is 60 miles long. But yeah, remember with this stuff, it's if the U.S. tries to take Karg Island or take some of that southern coast of Iran, where next to the Strait of Hormuz, the question is, well, then how long are you taking it for? If the U.S. takes Karg Island, are they going to take it for a week, for a month, for a year, until there's regime change? Are you going to have a permanent U.S. occupation on Karg Island? So that's a whole other question. Greasy flight, our viewer thinks ground troops is a very bad idea. Mickey Dickey says they got to seize all the coast. Iran has range to fire on anything in the entire Gulf. Nathan's War Games has got to arm the Kurds. Hey, thanks to Real Sportsman, who says Iran is not exactly sending out a ton of missiles or drones itself. Both sides are probably selecting specific targets and trying to pace the amount have in supply. I agree with you, although I will say that I think I saw... So, for example, Iran sends missiles and drones at the UAE and Kuwait and stuff. We just don't see that. They report numbers, but we don't see video of it. So it can be easy to think they're not firing at all. It's just they don't really... I believe a number of these countries don't really allow people to post videos of the Iranian attacks. So I'd have to look up. I know these different countries will sometimes say how many missiles and drones were fired at them each day. Can I find the UAE number? Trying to quickly check here and see if I can find it. It's a good question. Ah. Where is this from? Yes, so for example, yeah, the UAE posts it every day. So just yesterday, their update today, the UAE this morning said, on March 14th, the UAE engaged 9 missiles and 33 drones launched from Iran. Since the aggression started, UAE have engaged 294 missiles, 15 cruise missiles, and 1,600 drones launched from Iran. Do they have the previous day? The previous day was 7 missiles and 27 drones. The previous day was 10 missiles and 26 drones. That's the last few days in the UAE. It's not an enormous number. So, Real Sportsman, I wouldn't be surprised if they're holding back as well. All right, I think what I'm going to have to do is this. So, as I mentioned, normally we would go longer, and we will be going longer on these streams, but I got to start wrapping this up right now because I need to go to a family event that I need to go to and I want to go to. But if there's big news later tonight, we can come back on and do another stream. So I'll be keeping an eye on what's happening, and we will come on if need be later. So I apologize for the shorter stream today, and I really appreciate you guys being here. And again, more news coverage to come. If there's other huge news tonight with something else, we can come on and cover that too. So I really appreciate you watching. And people, we read a bunch of comments on the air today. So thanks for sending me your comments, putting them in the chat, letting me read them, sending me news updates. If you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here. Agenda Free TV. And I would sign up for our notifications. You never know when I'm going to have to jump on the air to cover some big breaking news. But we have a free notification system. It works great. We do it through Discord. You sign up once and you get sent a message right before we go live every time. It's really reliable. So the mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can find the notification sign up link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook as well. But make sure you sign up for the notifications so you don't miss breaking news coverage. And I will post updates on my X account. I might even post some updates if stuff happens while I'm away at the event. I'll check the news. But at Lookner on X, you can follow me over there for breaking news coverage. So I will be checking. But again, if there's big enough news, we'll just come on later and cover it. It's possible. It's possible we'll do another stream later. Depends on the news. And we will definitely be on tomorrow. And I want to be on the air tomorrow when the oil market opens back up, which I think is at 6 Eastern time, 6 p.m. Eastern time, but I got to double check. Hey, huge thanks to our moderators. Our moderators are fantastic. Thank you so much, moderators. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. We can't have it without our moderators. They're keeping it respectful and civil in there. Thank you so much. Beth Mythical and Ruth and Roberts May Queen over on YouTube and all of our other YouTube moderators. Huge thanks to you. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai, 3 McBritches, Surly Dev. All of our Twitch moderators. Thanks very much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. Our Facebook moderators like Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes. Huge thanks to you, all of our mods. And thanks to everybody who supported the channel, who donated today. That's really nice of you guys. You are the ones who allowed this channel to exist with your support. So really, really nice. That's really kind of you. I owe a couple more thanks here to Pamela Klump, our new member. Thank you, Pamela, for becoming a member. And did I get everybody else? Trump's Pool Guy. I think I got Trump's Pool Guy and the Only God You. I think I got them before. But thanks so much for your support of the channel. Hey, another way to find out when we're going live, if you're on X, I would follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I give you a heads up there in advance before we go live. I post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. The Discord chat, check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And also, speaking of Discord, thanks so much to our Discord mods who help out in our chat there. I didn't thank somebody, I think. Oh, no. I didn't thank Brian. I missed some Facebook stars today. Oh, no. That's what I missed. I always miss something. George LaFond, Brian Davio on Facebook, Christy Ulrey, Train Station Allen, and David Brazier all gave Facebook stars. I missed that before. Oh, no. Thank you for supporting on Facebook. What was I going to say? Thanks to our Discord mods for all your help in the Discord chat. Really appreciate that. And if you do watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. If you're on YouTube, the way you do that is you on YouTube need to subscribe. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you got the bell checked and clicked, and you've chosen all notifications. Okay, now also, let's see here. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers. Thanks for all your support. Brian Davio, Dolly Clark, Christy Claft, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, George. Thanks again, George LaFond, for the Facebook stars, and everybody I mentioned earlier, and all of our other subscribers. Huge thanks for all of our subscribers on Facebook, and Susan Priest Buchner, thanks for subscribing over there as well. Our Twitch subscribers: Wall Street, Shaggy, Barcodable, Seed Music, Trump's Pool Guy, and let's see, who else? Wolfie Skarsgård, Flyin' Dustman, Hot Richard, Unzwam, 1510, Wall Street, Shaggy, Stream the Memes, Indiana Jones, Douthis. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Army Vet. Anybody else I'm missing over there? Electronics Anonymous, thank you. And all of our YouTube members too. Thanks so much for being members. Evelyn in Maine, Radioactive Apple, CAC, Joe Hart, Platinum Dose, Paula Faust, Michael Avery, Jason Carlton, aka Macro Geek, Gary Baines, Mike J, Fiona Diamond, Jerry Kovacs, Martin Velo, thank you, Paula Faust. So again, wrapping up this stream a little early, just because I'm about to go to a family event, but if there's big news later, I can come back on the air. And so sorry to have to end a little short today, but we'll see what's going on later. And I will keep an eye on the news tonight. So you never know, if there's big enough news, we'll come back on the air. Hey, thanks to Sydney for being a member, Sachin for being a member, James Green, Revolved Vintage, and all of our other viewers like Tech Noob, Okay to Play All Day, Cyber Steps, High Res, thanks Gazorper, Chi-Town Bear, our subscriber, thank you, Laughing Boy, Jimiconius. All right, got to wrap this up, got to go. Andrea Holder, thanks for watching as well. Diane Allworth, thanks for watching. Kevin Groves and everybody else. Junior, Corrado, Soprano, Inevitable. I'll do a last check here, but I will be keeping an eye on the news while I am away. Okay. All right, I think we're there. I think we've hit that point. I think we've hit that point. Okay. All right, guys. So thank you again for watching this edition of our live coverage of the U.S. and Israel attack on Iran. That is it for now. Thanks for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.